go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. Happy Saturday, February the 11th. Is that the Ides of February? I don't know. Anyway, welcome, everyone. Glad to have you on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. On a screen right now, of course, footage from last night's stream from Two Pineapples, courtesy of Two Pineapples. And that is what we were seeing, some close-up work since the USGS camera is out of focus. So when you see things like this, that is Two Pineapples stuff, okay? Not mine, just so you know that. Anyway, that is all cool and awesome. So if you see anyone subscribing or donations or whatever, that's all part of our wonderful Two Pineapples, and I'm glad that he was getting a few bucks there. So all cool for him. Anyway, welcome everyone, and thank you for the welcomes from our wonderful people. And let's see, Kevin Haynes, and of course Hermione and Sue saying, I hear you. And there we go. And hi and aloha from the lounge recliner. And thanks Kevin Williams as well. Anyway, first person in today was Yvonne Kunkel. And Yvonne Kunkel gets the lava cookies, even though she had to go back to work. So there's her lava cookies, and hopefully she will be okay at doing her work. Let me see if I can get that banner off the screen there real quick, and we'll continue on with looking at the lavely lava. At least this gets us the lava fix for today. And I guess yesterday he was having a little trouble keeping a focus there. It's always tough to get decent focus on hot lava when you're looking across an area that's got warbly kind of air currents and things like that, and then cameras don't like to focus as well, and so sometimes they have to flip and get it to go in and out a little bit to get a proper focus, and that's what we were seeing. But anyway, Two Pineapples did an awesome job on that stream last night, so very cool. And let's see, what do we got for news today before we get into everything? I'm just trying to think of what's a big news. Well, let's see. Okay, have you seen more people pulled out? Yeah. That was one of the things. Piggy did send me a little a blurb there about 5 people were all from the same family were pulled out of one of these collapsed buildings, and they were all 5 were alive. I don't know if they lost any of them, but the 5 that they pulled out definitely alive. So have you seen more people being pulled out alive from the rubble? That I have not. I haven't been able to spend that much time. I was looking for volcanic stuff today, and I'm very happy and pleased that, you know, there were more people found still alive, and I hope those search efforts are fast and continue to pull more out. And yeah, it's all right, Piggy. It's all good. You know, these are good things to see people being gotten out of these situations and still doing. The animals also being pulled out alive, which is really great. That's better than seeing the death tolls rising. And we know they are at a horrendous number, well over that 20,000 mark. And there's another one of those Two Pineapples donations there that he got yesterday. So ignore those, but yeah, over 27,000 people now have perished, and I'm sure that number is going to keep climbing. So that is one of those things But yeah, um, that is awesome. Some of that stuff he's got there. Anyway, all that stuff is from Two Pineapples stream yesterday, so that's what you're seeing on the screen. There are some estimates over 30,000. Yeah, and people were saying maybe even higher than that, unfortunately. But anyway, let's get going and saying hello to everyone. First off, I'm going to say hi to the moderators: Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Joseph Fields, Texas, and possibly Lucas Snow as well. And thank you, moderators, for being there. I appreciate all of you and the hard work you do there. And hopefully it will be a good day here, that we won't have too many issues, and things will go smoothly. At least that's what we're hoping for. And let's see, what else? Yeah, let's say hi to everyone in here. I see a few people aren't green anymore. Ay. Anyway, let's see. We'll start out by saying hi to Sue Hayes and Hermione and Fluffy and Teresa. Aloha to you. Trek 15 is also here. Going up some more, looking, seeing Henry Nelson is in the house. Kevin Williams is here. And we got Hermione. All right. Kevin Haynes also on board. Peter Greenlees and Wormhand. Welcome. And let's see, who else we got? Sliding up a little bit more. So we got the two Kevins, Kevin Williams and Kevin Haynes. Almost a keg of Kevins. We'll see if we get a third one there. Layla is back in the house. Welcome, Layla. Good to see you. Irish Monk, glad to have you on board, my friend. Good to see you. And I hope you're staying a little warmer there now. I noticed the temperatures were a little better yesterday, so not quite so cold. Let's see, who else we got? We got Hermione, we got Sue going up, scrolling, looking for more wonderful people. And Epically Epic is in the house. Welcome, Epically. An epic welcome to Epically. Lizoid is on board. Good to have you here. And let's see, who else we got? Adele51 is back. Of course, we said hi to Yvonne, and she said you can hand out the lava cookies to everyone, because I have to go and start working. Yeah, she went back to work, I guess. That gets in the way, that work stuff. Let's see, King Colin Deadman is also here. Good to have you on board. And that's always a royal treat, I guess. Going up some more, looking for more wonderful names amongst all of the others. And still scrolling here, so let's see who we got. We got Lizoid, we got Layla, we got Peter. All right, still scrolling, looking for more. And nice to see everyone is chatting, which is really awesome. And I am up as far as I can go. I don't see anyone else that I haven't mentioned already. Perhaps down on the bottom. Oh, there's Sasha and Bill Kimmel also here. Welcome, you guys. And let's see, who else do I maybe have on board that I might have missed? Trek 15, I think I got you already. And I think we're just about good there with names. Okay, so yeah, let's get at things, and we'll talk about what happened during the day or yesterday. We'll go through our activity report first, and before we do anything else, and that way we can kind of get an idea of what we can maybe expect. Let's start out with Nevado del Ruiz, a volcanic emission observed to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters at 22:30 last night. Popocatépetl, volcanic ash emissions up to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters at 2100 last night. Suwanosejima exploded at 6,000 feet, and that was at 2100 last night. Today's new stuff, possibly a new volcano, but I'm taking that one with a grain of salt, and that's the Guksan volcano a possible volcano in Turkey. We will have a little bit more on that because we have an article we want to read there separately. So anyway, that was 1639 that happened. So we don't know yet if it's the geologist saying it was a landslide, but it looks like there might be some ash involved there. So it's hard to say what the heck is going on until they do further testing and get confirmation. And let's see, Currency also had some activity at 1512 today. Cotopaxi, well, that's technically, because they're over the international date line, that's technically tomorrow for us. Cotopaxi, steam and gas emissions at 1500. Volcanic ash remain at 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, and that is from 9 a.m. and then also again the same from 3 p.m. there, or 3 a.m. Their time. Semeru also had some activity from 1441, and that is there. We'll have a look at that as well. Fuego, volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 13:30 their time, and also to 17,000 feet or 5,200 meters at 2 a.m. Also, Nevado del Ruiz emissions up to 26,000 feet or 7,900 meters from 13:15, and it said new dense emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters at 6:30 a.m. from Nevado del Ruiz. And Sangay in Ecuador there, light near summit activity only at 1300. No volcanic ash currently observed, and 3:45 a.m. was that time. Popocatépetl emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, and 16:45 was the time on that. Occasional dense volcanic ash emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters at 8:30 this morning. Sabancaya, intermittent emissions at both 1:15 a.m. and 7:15 a.m. Suwanosejima, again, another explosive eruption to 6,000 feet, and that was at 6:45 this morning. Also have other report to look at for Mar-Rapi, not Merapi, but Mar-Rapi at 5:24 a.m. We had something. And then, of course, Sakurajima, that was at 1:30, had exploded to 7,000 feet. So those were your highlights, and we will take a look at some of those as we go through our stuff today. So very cool, very awesome. And anyway, Hawaii is interesting, and of course we'll actually pause this lava right now from 2 pineapples. We'll go over to the other stream, and this is what we are presently seeing. Unfortunately, let's remove that for a second. Unfortunately, the USGS camera is not in focus, so we won't see that very well. And that is the same kind of dilemma on that shot. This, of course, was from 5:30 a.m. And let's see if we can straighten that out just a tad. We can make that a little bigger. There we go. So you see where this is the old lava pond here. and the Hornito. And this is that small 1 acre vent, which is no longer a 1 acre vent. It is a huge area. Well, the vent itself is still fairly small, but the output is considerable. It's taken over for the other vent. So definitely some lava coming out of that. Gonna refresh that so we can see what it looks like right now. And there it is. And you can definitely tell it's right there. It is building a little bit of a backside to a cone. And I don't know what exactly it is doing. This risen up point here, that of course is Pig Island, the old area. And the old lava used to be in the back there, and we do still see some lava, hot lava in there, but it certainly has shrunk, and the emissions from that have really reduced. So if we take a look at the thermal, that'll give you a little bit better idea. This of course was from 5:30 a.m. This was the new primary spot between here and here. And you can definitely see that lava now is flowing into the old, well, I shouldn't say old lava pond, but the 25-acre area. So that is where some of that is going, because that is lower lying land, or lava, lower lying lava. All right, let's refresh that one, see what it looks like right now. And unfortunately, because of the dense fog and other wonderful stuff in the way, it's harder to see, but you can still make out that we still have that continued flow, and this is from 11 a.m. And let's see what our view looks like. This is the B1 cam down on the side of the crater, and that I guess would be the eastern side, or kind of a northeastern side, looking at where our lava fountain used to be over here. This is now that new spot where it's coming up. So that is what we've got. Hey, welcome to Leo Carlson. I'm glad to have you on board. And yeah, let's refresh and see what that one will look like right now. Oh, I guess we're not going to see a heck of a lot. Steamy, 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 and that is what we've got. So that gives you a pretty good idea. And of course, this is the shot that we've got from our wonderful USGS right now. They need to get that camera in focus. It's gone wacky, and it's not doing very well, unfortunately. So that's kind of what we've got there in Hawaii, and we'll put it back onto that picture. That does look a little bit better. I did pause that, but hey, let's leave that there. John Raper, good evening. I'm glad to have you on board, and we'll pop over to our next location, and let's go. Yeah, let's go to Iceland. Why not? Let's talk about Iceland. Iceland has been doing some funky things, and we still don't know what we're going to get there in Iceland. That's still up in the air. Obviously, this is a current or live shot from the city of Reykjavik. A beautiful shot, and you can see the lights twirling around on top. We are located at the Perlin Center, and they of course have the beacon lights on top that basically are saying, "Don't hit me, I'm here," and that's what we've got. So if we back that up about oh, I don't know, let's go back about 9.5 hours, take a quick peek and see what it was like there, and that gives you a pretty good idea. Notice most of the snow was gone off the ground, and that is interesting. So they had warmer temperatures and rain, which is pretty awesome. Doesn't mean they're not going to get more snow, but at least most of that snow has melted and dissipated a little bit. Spring is on the way, and if we come back this way in time a little bit, you can see the weather was variable with rain clouds at certain points in time, and more snow melt, and that is kind of nice to see, and more like a spring is coming. And even in the background here, you can see in this shot there, the mountains are starting to get less snow on them as well because of the amount of rain and the warmer temperatures that they are experiencing there. Let's go take a look at a couple of the other cameras real quick. This one, of course, is the other one. Currently, it is raining there, so that's what we're seeing with the shot here. This is of the airport, the regional airport there in Reykjavik itself. And if we put that about 9.5 hours ago, you get a better idea of what it looks like there. And there you go. Definitely a lot less snow on the grassy areas there at the Perlin Center. We do still see a lot of snow in the trees, of course, but that is okay. And yep, even the runway areas and stuff look pretty much free and clear of snow. But you can see there is rain coming down. You can see drops on the actual camera lens. So that's what we've got there. And if we go ahead a little bit, they had, as I was saying, kind of variable weather. Some rain, some clear skies for a few minutes, that kind of thing. A little bit of foggy look to it. So that is what we've got there. Let's go to our next shot. I'm actually going to make this one small again and go here, make this one big. That, of course, is our view of Katla over there. Well, never mind, you can't see it. Let's go back a bunch and about 11.5 hours just to see. Yep, a lot of rain in the area. And at least it's not snow. We do see there's a few tourists up here at the tourist spot, but I don't know if we had any views of Katla in the background. I think the clouds were kind of sitting there being nasty all day long, and you know, even when it did clear up a little bit, it still wasn't anywhere near enough to be able to see what's going on at Katla. And that is kind of what we had there. Let's see, that's a little better. Almost there. Yeah, it lifted for a little while, but then another system came in and mucked it up. And there you go. So, no actual live from Katla, and the actual camera for the Reykjanes Peninsula is still down. So we won't be able to have a look at that one. This is back to live. I'm going to make that small again and put it back onto this one, which I'm going to also put live. And let's go over to our harmonic tremor chart. I'll have a quick peek at that. And let me get on the right screen. There we go. And I'm going to refresh. And that one is a few minutes old, not that far back, but there we go. So from yesterday's attack of the big quakes, we see that it did a lot and then it started dropping, but then it came back up and we had a couple more little spikes showing there, and that's likely caused by some earthquakes. But the numbers are still very high, and one of the things that I do want to mention, this is both a magmatic intrusion area as well as tremor related or a tectonic movement, and that is kind of what we have to bear in mind. So we got a little bit of both beasts in there. I forgot to say hi to Thistle. Hi Thistle. Thistle, good girl Thistle. I hope Thistle's listening. Thistle, be good and don't bite your mummy in the leg anymore. Hopefully that she got a reaction out of that. Anyway, who else popped in? Hello, Dr. Fox, Lava hearing you. Oh, King Colin Deadman, we already said hi to you. Did you miss me earlier? Just got freaked out by the bus. LOL, I'm walking home with headphones. It sounds like a lot of kids on the stream ride. Okay. There we go. Thistle, you get bopping. Learn how to bop. You gotta know how to nose bop your mum. That's how she does it. Hopefully that'll work. Anyway, let's go scroll down here. and take a look at the other ones. We want to look at, well, we'll look at Grimsey on the way through to our other charts here, but Grimsville, no, there's Grimsey, and we do definitely see this uptick and then moving back up, and that is likely because of the not so much magmatic, but rather the tremor stuff and a tectonic movement. So that's kind of what we're seeing there. Let's take a look at the Grindavik one. Kind of the same result. You see that downward shot and then the uprise again. So that is what we've got going on there. And hopefully we will see more happening in the very near future. Let's take a look at the one from Krusovik as well. And Krusovik, of course, is on the north east side of our Fagradalfjord area, and there's Krusovik, showing basically the same thing. Unfortunately, it's right off the top of the chart there, so hard to see exactly where it's at, but that's kind of what we got. And then Grindavik, of course, is down to the southwest from our Fagradalfjord area. And the reason we always mention Fagradalfjord is because that is our where our wonderful Ragnar or Bob and Siggy Fisher and everything is located. So that is kind of a reference point, and that is the volcano I was actually at, for those who aren't familiar with that. Anyway, let's go over, have a look at the earthquakes. We can take a look. We've got plenty of time here. Quick peek, and the numbers have dropped. Yesterday we had about 140 to 150, and we're dropping down quite a bit. And it looks like about 72 right now indicated. So let's take a look first at what we've got down here, still offshore. And the epicenter of this mass here is about approximately 4 to 5 kilometers off the tip of the Reykjanes Peninsula itself, and it is on the Reykjanes Ridge. And we do see that we do have some quakes in there that are still sizable, some threes, and this one was from yesterday, 2145, a 3 in magnitude, 10 kilometers down. And then I'm not going to go through all of them, but we'll look at these. 2219, and we had 2.72, 10 kilometers down. Then we had 2223 at 2.09, 10 clicks down. 2.06 from 27 minutes after midnight today, of course, and that was 10 kilometers down as well. Another 2.21, 10 kilometers down. Yesterday's at 2206. 1.18, and that is sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. 1.18, there we go. 2 kilometers down from 1950, or sorry, 2152. Going out here a little bit more, we see this one, a new one, 10 minutes or 11 minutes after midnight, roughly. 1.94, 10 kilometers down. So those are quite deep. If we get a little bit closer in, this one 26 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down for a 2.33. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. This one is a 2.41, 10 kilometers down, 53 minutes after midnight. Next one, a 2.24, 10 kilometers down at 7:36 a.m. And let's see, this one here, 2.49, 10 kilometers down at 1:15 a.m. And let's take a look at some of the stragglers out here, get them involved too. This one is from 2142 yesterday, 1.6, 6.7 kilometers down. Moving up here, and this is a little bit newer, happened today at 1755, 2.5 in magnitude, 6.6 kilometers down. And then we've got this one, 1.4, 5.4 kilometers down from yesterday at 2233. And a 1 from 4.6 kilometers down, 2213 for that guy. This is a newer one, 1559, 2.27, 10 kilometers down, 1.72, also 10 kilometers down from 1606. Then this 1.5, and that is from 10 kilometers down at 5:49 a.m. So a little bit of activity there. This 2.3, 10 clicks down from 124 this morning. And let's see, we'll just grab another one. 2.41, 10 kilometers down, 53 minutes after midnight. Another 2.18, 10 kilometers down, 16 minutes after midnight. So that gives you a general idea. Most of those are showing about 10 kilometers in depth, and that is interesting. And we'll see if we see some movement of these swarms coming further on land. That would be interesting. And of course, for those who aren't familiar with it, there's our outline here that I'm kind of tracing out. That is our Fjeld area. That is where our Ragnar is, and our Siggy Fisher. That's what we call them anyway. We do see this one. This is not too far away from the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. There's the Blue Lagoon, the power plant, and just on the foot of the mountain here beside the lakes. 1.4 from 3.8 kilometers down from 1:15 a.m. And that is pretty good. There's the town of Grindavik. And of course, if we zoom out a little bit more, there's Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reikensbar, Yardvik. And we move over here, you can see the capital city of Grindavik and all the surrounding communities over there. This is the location of course, our Ragnar. We get over here. This is Krusevik. Krusevik had a 0 from 1909, and that is 7.2 kilometers down. And then they also had a 1.63 from 1403 this afternoon, and that is 4 kilometers down. Continuing on, we do see, and I'm surprised these are out in the water. Usually we see them over here. But 1.1, 10 kilometers down from 8:56 a.m. for that one, and 0.8, 7.3 kilometers down from 8:56. So that's what we've got there. Let's grab these two up here first, I think is more important. 2.03, 4.7 kilometers down, 3:36 this morning. And the other one that is with it is a 0.91, 9.1 kilometers down from 5:16. So that's those two up there. If we go back down into the other area, we do see a 0.7 right there. 5.2 kilometers down, 21:51 is the time for that one. Welcome, Alba Girl, and user. I see a user. Popocatépetl Pedal. Popocatépetl Pedal is not here yet, user. Well, no, right now we're doing earthquakes. We have a stream that we follow and do, so we'll be able to get over to Popocatépetl Pedal. We don't jump around willy-nilly, and that's a part of doing the stream. Anyway, 2026, we had 1.2, and that was 5.2 kilometers down. That is a very fresh earthquake. And let's see what else we got. Over here at Katla, we've got a 0.4, and that is a 5.2 kilometers down from 16:58. Yep, we will continue on here and take a look at some of these other ones. It is time for a break, though, so I'm going to go take a break. We've got a quake here at, looks like Grimsvatn, and one at Bardabunga, and we'll start off with those and work our way through them, and we'll go from there. So for those good people who are here, hang in there, and we'll just take a really quick peek at Popocatépetl, since somebody is saying that there's something going on there. No, you can't see nothing at Popocatépetl. What are you saying? There is no view right now, and there's lots of clouds, so nice, yeah. Not going to help us any. Popocatépetl is not in view, definitely not. Look at the clouds, okay? And I don't know. User, that's not very good, okay? And that we do see a puff up top there, but that's not telling us a darn thing. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I'm going to put you back over to Hawaii, though. And this, of course, was from yesterday's stream. And that is, of course, our wonderful two pineapples. This is a courtesy of two pineapples. That is his stream, or their stream, from yesterday. And we'll leave that play for the intermission. I'm your host, DrFox2000. For those good people who are here, please, if you have not yet hit that like button, do consider hitting the like if you are enjoying the show. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, do consider subscribing, and that would be awesome as well. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. that microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. I'm glad to have everyone on board, and I see a couple more people popped in. I do see Michelle is here, and our wonderful Wonky Donkey is here. Alexa, tell a donkey joke. I hope that worked. Anyway, that is all good. Oh, and Jane Mary also on board. Good to have you here, and welcome. Thank you for the welcome backs from us. Let's see, from Sasha and Alba Girl and Sue and Kevin Haynes and Wormhand and John and Hermione and Fluffy and Jane Mary, of course. And that is good for now. So all good, and let's continue on with what we're doing. We're going to pause our wonderful lava there, and I love having that power just stop a volcano in its tracks. And thank you, Wonky Donkey. And Alexa, tell a donkey joke. Is that working? Anyway, let me get back on my right screen, and we will take a look at the earthquakes that we missed out on. So we did the bottom half here, and we are going to work on Iceland, and this is at Grimsvatn. This happened at 29 minutes and 59 seconds after midnight, just about 30 minutes after midnight. And that was 2.1 in magnitude, 1.5 kilometers down. Then we also have a 1.7 in magnitude, 6.2 kilometers down over here at Bardabunga, and that is 7:38 this morning. And what happened to our Irish monk? I know he's here somewhere. Nothing at Askja today. Herdebreit has got a couple of them around there. We'll look at the bottom one here first. 0.92 in magnitude, 8.6 kilometers down, and 2146 for that guy. Then we've got a 0.63, 4.4 kilometers down from a 139 this morning, and then a fairly fresh 1.2 in magnitude, 5.4 kilometers down from 1811. So that is fairly new. And sliding up and looking to see what we've got up here in this area. Of course, there's the island of Grimsey, our northernmost populated point there in Iceland, and not seeing any quakes right around it. Let's take a look at this one. 1.07, 10 kilometers down at 3 a.m. Then we had a 0.7, 1.1 kilometers down at 19. Just about 1901, and this one was from a 1735, a magnitude 1.2, 8.6 kilometers down, and then this area where we had that huge swarm a few days back. Anyway, we still have a little swarm now. Anyway, this bigger one, 2.54, 10 kilometers down, 11:27 was the time. And then we see this one. It is a 0.82, 10 kilometers down from 3:06 a.m. 0.81, 10 kilometers down from 6:24 in the morning. Then we've got a 0.62, 10 kilometers down, 6:20. We've got this 0.86, 10 kilometers down from 21:53 yesterday. We'll grab that guy over here. 1.18, 10 kilometers down from 33 minutes after midnight. Then a 1.66 from 5:21 this morning, 10 kilometers down for him. And another a 0.71 at 10 kilometers down, and that was at 3:49 a.m. They're all 10 kilometers down today. This one, though, is at 5.2 kilometers down. It was only a 0.6, though, from yesterday at 22:58. So that covers our earthquakes for Iceland. And we'll see what goes on and happens in our near future. Of course, we're really interested in seeing what happens with this, if we're going to see a migration of tremors move in a little bit more. that would indicate some magmatic and tectonic movement. And I would really like to see another volcano pop up, even if it happens to pop up down in here somewhere on the peninsula at the very end. That would be still very awesome to see. What I placed it on the right next to the TV. Don't work on my Alexa. Yeah, I placed it right next to the TV. Siri maybe can tell a donkey joke. Siri, tell a donkey joke. Now we've got 100 Siris in telling donkey jokes. Anyway, that is all good, you guys. So yeah, a little bit of activity, but nothing coming to fruition yet as far as a volcanic eruption. We'll leave that be. Let's head over to, donkey jokes trending on Siri. There you go. We'll go over here for a second, and that of course is Sicily. And as you can see, you can't. You can see some lights, but if we go back, and I just wanted to point out that we've got a heck of a lot more snow there. So all those places where we've seen the lava flow down are now covered in snow because there is no more lava coming, and it has ceased, unfortunately. So very, very little new activity, and very poor visibility because of the clouds in those areas. And the new snow, of course, that is the interesting part about that. And even when we bop back and forth here, we can't really see too much because those darn clouds are in the way. Anyway, that is what we've got from Sicily. We do know that activity has gone quiet there at Mount Etna in Sicily, so nothing major to report there. But while we're over here, let's talk about, since it's fairly close, the activity over in Turkey. So this Göksun volcano, Göksun, okay, reported a new volcanic eruption at Göksun in Kuzkayasi, a mountain, if I said that right. We can see a plume right in here that is reminiscent of possibly a rockfall, or maybe some volcanic ash or steam or something coming out. We see this area on the bottom here is suspiciously dark or black, and that would look like lava as far as what we can tell. So this is very, very interesting to see. Anyway, it's said here, news is spreading in Turkey that a new volcano may have formed, and I'll quote those words, may have formed, at the mountain called Kusyakasi, and I'm not even going to try that next one, this Buyukik, yeah, never mind. Anyway, in the district of Göksun, in the province of, whatever it is, these Turkish names, a little bit too tough for me. And that happened today. And video and images show a huge amount of black fluid, likely mud, that flowed from the upper flank of the mountain, where some steam can be seen. And again, this is approximately 140 kilometers in distance to those major quakes that were going on. So the 7.8 and the 7.5 on the 6th of February. It is speculated that a large tectonic movement could have caused the hot fluids, or perhaps a magma body, to rise towards the surface. Well, that could have been what it is, but we're still not sure what is actually going on there. I'm not going to read through the whole article. I do want to go down here though, and we'll let this play. And while we're on this, so we can leave it on while I'm talking here. And of course, this is from volcanodiscovery.com, and they are showing some of that stuff where it is kind of up here. You can see a little bit of a plume, and this video was rather odd because they were looking at the sky here for the most part. But you can see some of that stuff. It looks like they were having an avalanche there of some sort. And I'm not sure where the black fluidic material came from, if it is in fact fluid of some sort. You know, you do see up top here, there is some dust or smoke or steam. Very, very hard to tell. And there they go again, looking up at the sky. I have no idea what was really going on there in that video. But that is what is posted there on the site there from volcanodiscovery.com. So you take it as you know, as you can, and see what happens. But we'll see if that progresses to something interesting. And of course, this picture won't let me enlarge any. The quality wasn't that great. For those who need to know where that is, here it is on the map. They did kind of depict it. And our major quakes, of course, were down here in this area and a little bit over here. So distance-wise, yeah, 140 kilometers is about right. And hard to tell what was really going on. So if there was, in fact, something happening there, we don't know. And of course here they're showing the closest settlement, and this is where that reported eruption is. I'm going to call it the alleged eruption for now, because it still has not been confirmed that it is volcanic in nature. And you know, if it is, it is. If it isn't, it isn't. And a lot of things can go on there. Let's see what else we got. No, we don't need to see the guy smoking. And this one is, I don't know where that is. Almost, that almost looks like, where would that, I wonder if that's Messiah. Well, pretty deep hole, and that looks like Messiah. It could be. Anyway, here's another shot. That's Thracia, island of Thracia. That's kind of cool looking and neat. But anyway, it brings it back to there. So figured we'd look at that very quickly, and kind of that's it for our stuff there in of course, Sicily and the European region, Eastern European, and that area. So this, of course, we're moving out here into the Azores, or we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, and that is what we've got. One of the small villages there on the harbor. For people who are not familiar with that area, this is what it looks like during the day. Of course, that is not from today. Actually, it wasn't too bad today. I did take a peek. So that's what it normally looks like. You can see the lights of Pico Island off in the distance there, and that is pretty cool. And of course, that's that little village and the harbor. And let's go to our next shot of that. I will get over here. And there you can see the cove. And since we are here well before midnight, we get to see it refresh every once in a while. And you can see some white water splashing in and telling us that the ocean is not that calm. And of course, you don't want to be out there with your little boat. Thank you, Piggy, for the 5-minute warning. And let's take a look at what that looks like during the day. So that's typically what it looks like during the daylight hours, just so you have a better idea. And it is a nice little cove there, and you can see some of that volcanic rock sticking out over on the right hand side where all that white water is, that kind of stuff. So pretty cool. And we'll leave it on there for now. Let's actually go over to the maps and see what we had for earthquakes. I made that a little bigger. There's the island of St. George or Sao Jorge, and of course you see Pico Island right there, Fayal Island, Terceira over here. And looking on our list, we don't see any quakes today, nothing listed for the 11th. So let's go to the other map, and of course this one is from volcanodiscovery.com, and we will refresh that though and see if we can see the latest and greatest here. Hopefully that will refresh. It's working. It's working. There we go. It worked. And let's get rid of the ads. And there we go. Looking at what we've got, yeah, there you can see St. George, Pico Island, Fayal, Terceira. And here's a couple of small quakes. So 24 hours ago we had a 2.5. If we click on that, it's a surface quake. Happened actually yesterday at 22:08, and that's good for that one. The other one is 12 hours ago, 2.9 in magnitude, surface quake as well, from 9:48 this morning their time, so, or UTC I should say. And there was one more quake here somewhere, and this of course is way over here, 18 hours ago, 2.2, also surface quake. And that happened at 4:15 GMT, and that of course is in the wee hours of the morning. And let's get rid of that. So you can see, of course, that is the mid-Atlantic ridge coming through here, and that red line that's going over to the east, that is the East Azores fault, and that is kind of the you've got the Eurasian plate there, you've got the African plate here, and you've got the North American plate on that side. And just to give you a better view of where you are there, there's Irish Monk waving to you. And then, of course, over here, Sue's waving back from the other side. And then, of course, you've got Portugal and Spain and England and Ireland and France there, that kind of thing. So that's what we've got cooking. And there's Sue. She's waving. Yes, she's right there. Yeah, we can see it. Excellent. And thanks, Sue. Okay, so that kind of takes care of that. Let's pop back over here for a second. And that, of course, is that's Messiah volcano. And that is a current picture from just a little while ago. I say about a half an hour ago. We can refresh that, just take a look. And it's not visible. That is that caldera, very deep in there. You don't want to drop in there. You'll never get out. Peeking at the Popocatépetl, we do know that it is in the clouds, so we couldn't see a heck of a lot. We do know, though, Popocatépetl did have some interesting eruptions earlier this morning. Let's see if we can spot a couple before we get on the break here. This one, of course, from 3:58 a.m. You can see a little bit of a pluming action, and I'm just trying to see if we can, yeah, you can kind of see it glowing there. We know there is hot lava in there. There it is. It's finally coming out. And 4 a.m. and it popped a little, and then I'm advancing it at 5 seconds at a time because it is very slow in comparison to what we've seen coming out of the other one, and that is the Sakurajima. By the way, thank you everyone for don't glare at me like that. It is just about break time. I know. We'll finish this off, and we'll do the break right away, and then we are going to go take a look at bacon seeds, and we have a DJ Puff video of a bar pig that is comfortable in front of a fireplace. Anyway, yeah, I was going to say thank you to all of you who watched our the video of the capture yesterday, and of the shockwave at Sakurajima. That was pretty cool. And I think that video is just about at 500 views. So that is awesome. Anyway, this, of course, is a courtesy of two pineapples giving a thumbs up. So all good. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet given a thumbs up for our stream, consider doing that if you are enjoying what you're seeing. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where the IRS can't get me. And I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling, and I'll be back. And there we go. And this is back on, microphone on. And of course we see two pineapples having a difficulty with his focus, staying in focus. And that happens when you're filming lava. It is one of those things. USGS has that same problem, only theirs didn't come back. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Wormhand and John Raper and King Colin Deadman and Sasha and Alba Girl and Sue Hayes and Hermione and Fluffy and Michelle and the donkey joke. Alexa, tell a donkey joke. And wow, Kevin Haynes, first wonderful shot of the day here. Kevin Haynes gifted a membership pack, and that is neat. And let's see, Sue got one, and Hermione got one, and Robert Frary got one, and Janice got one, and Echo, the bot, I got one. And hola to Mariano Bezzero. And please, these super chats you see on screen, just so you understand, that was from Two Pineapples stream last night. Those are not mine, just so you guys are aware of that. Anyway, I wish I was getting super chats, but didn't get any today. Didn't get any yesterday. Didn't get any the day before. So must be doing something wrong. Anyway, thanks for that wonderful gifting there of the memberships, Kevin Haynes. You are awesome. Thanks, and we do appreciate it. Yep, the avocado. I should try to find one of those. I don't have any avocados growing here, though. I don't know. I'd have to use a snowball or something. Anyway, it's bacon seed time, so let's get over and take a look at our bacon seeds for today and see what we've got. I'm going to pause this, though, because it will run out if we don't. So over to bacon seeds, and there we go. And wow, there you go, Piggy. That's the first super chat in 3 days. That's awesome. Piggy, thank you very kindly for that. And you are awesome. And let's see, a £2 super chat. Very kind of you, Piggy. You didn't have to do that, though. You know, you didn't have to. But thank you. I do appreciate that. That'll help pay for the lights. That's the amount of time I burn away. Oh, okay. Let's see, and what we got here. That's the last one from yesterday, of course, and then our wonderful Piggy, of course, sends us new ones every day. She gets on there and does her very best to find us. Wow, Linda, you didn't have to do that much. That is very kind of you. Linda Shoof. Saying, sorry, being so busy here. Here you go. Deserve much more. Thank you very kindly, Linda. That is an awesome super chat, and do appreciate it. And that really changes things for today, makes it a little bit better. And thank you very kindly. Also, welcome, Joseph Fields, Texas. Good to have you on board. And let's continue on with looking at our bacon seeds. So. And here's one that is, I was going to say roasting by the fire, but I think that might not be appropriate. Keeping himself warm by the fireplace. And pigs like warm places. How that happens, I don't exactly know. But we will have a video from DJ Puff the Third for you about another pig that seems to like fireplaces. Pre-cooked. Oh wow, King Colin and Deadman throws in a big lava love at Dr. Fox. That is very kind of you, and I appreciate that, you guys. And of course, you guys know that these streams are not monetized, so that is great to get that support from you guys, and do appreciate it. makes it a little easier on me doing these shows. And thank you very kindly, King Colin Deadman. And anyway, let's get to our next bacon seed, and that is this one. And of course, that looks more like a Valentine thing. It looks like they're snuggling, and they're sniffing the flowers, and that is a very, very sweet of them. And they don't look like they need a hogwash. They look like clean, good, loving bacon. I mean, bacon seeds. Gotta love it. And they do look sweet. Yes, Alva Girl. And next one is this one. And of course it says, don't go baking my heart. Love it, Piggy. And thank you for that one. Hides and sty. No worries, Piggy. And don't go baking my heart is pretty awesome. I gotta love it. And that's of course with the old scenario of don't go breaking my heart, but this is don't go baking my heart. And that is wonderful to see them doing a little snout boppies there. Next one is this little flowery one, and I'm not sure if this is a Hawaiian pig or not, but that looks awful flowery. And wow, Sharon Stewart, thank you very kindly. Sharon, that is very kind of you. Stewart, wow, thank you very much for that wonderful $50 super chat. Now you guys are blowing me away here because I wasn't expecting those. Okay, so anyway, thank you very kindly. I do appreciate it, and that's awesome. Next little bacon seed. Let's see what we've got. Is this little one, or a couple of them, flower pots or flower baskets. And those are awful wonderful looking, and really nice to see. And we'll go to the next one. I think those two were the ones that were cuddling, I think. But let's get to the next ones. And that is this one, sniffing some flowers. I think the flower thing might be the theme today. And that is awesome that this little guy is doing his thing. Well, he don't look that little, but he looks like he's enjoying himself. I don't know if he's sniffing or going to eat it. He's taste testing, perhaps. And we have one more bacon seed for today, and then we have the video that we want to watch. So here is the last bacon seed. And that is these two. And I think this is getting a hint at the Valentine's Day that is to come. So very awesome little bacon seeds. And thank you very kindly, Piggy. I never do a theme, and it just happens. All good, Piggy. And you know, sometimes, and I never say anything here, but sometimes, you know, when we have a duplicate or something or that kind of thing, I automatically switch them out, and I search out a few of my own that I think are neat and kind of follow that theme that you kind of work on, that you say never happens. So that is the way it is. I got that one on my wall. Awesome. Awesome. So let's continue on here. Let me get that video prepped. I just have to see where the heck it is. And I know I had it here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I know where it is. Let's go on it, and we will see. Just give me a second here to get it working. And of course, this is compliments of DJ Puff III. And that is the preheated bacon, the Conquering Hero Pub. And I don't know if there's a lot of volume to that, but you can see that's that one. We've seen him before, Francis the Pig. and Francis moved a little bit there, but is staying warm in front of that fireplace. Yep, Francis the pig, Francis bacon, and simmering pork. I don't know, preheated. Cook time reduces a whole bunch, and it's a piggy mascot. Yep, it is awesome. And yeah, over by the fire. I guess, you know, you see these animals, it doesn't matter whether it's a pig or dog or cat or whatever, when they feel the warmth off that fireplace, and they realize that they can go there and do their thing. And I'm just amazed at that pig is so calm and docile there that, you know, people walking by and doing stuff, and it doesn't seem to care at all. And piggy roasting on an open fire. Yep, just about. But looks like it's enjoying the warmth and keeping his bacon hot. That is really, really nice to see. And thank you kindly, DJ Puff the Third, for offering that video and allowing us to show it. And that is a very original stuff. So thanks, DJ. And let's carry on with our other volcano activity. And of course, that is back over to Popocatépetl, where we left off. And we were coming forward in the day and trying to see some of the little puffs that did come out of there. We had one that was about here. Let's see if I can find it, at just after 5 a.m. And there was, you can see some glow there, and I'm letting it run now. This is, of course, 1 second at a time that the frame rate is, because of the exposure. And that way they get the stars in the background, things like that. But you can see a little dribble of lava, and that is pretty awesome. And Piggy, and that one that you just sent me was one of those hush ones again. Or is it? Oh, no. Oh, okay. That is a breaking news. Trudeau orders a takedown of unidentified objects in Canada airspace, or Canadian airspace. That is interesting. All right. Thanks, Piggy, for sending me that one. I guess it didn't go through the other way, but it worked. Trudeau has ordered the takedown of an unidentified object that violated a Canadian airspace. So, I guess Trudeau's going to finally put our military to work. That's about... no, it's okay, Piggy. It came in the right way, so you don't have to resend. We got it. Anyway, this was at just after 5 a.m. there in Mexico. And of course, Popocatépetl is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. And all good. And of course, this one was kind of followed up by a little bit bigger puff that came a little later. And I'm just trying to get to it here. Let's see if we advance a little more there. That should just about be the right spot, I think. Or somewhere thereabouts. Whoop, forward, not backwards. There it is. Okay, you can start to see the ash cloud really fairly heavy coming out of there. 5:15 a.m. And we'll expedite that a little bit by hitting a few more buttons here to make it go forward. You can see in the moonlight, of course, lighting it up from the top, as well as the lava from underneath there. Lots of ash and tephra and gases in there, looking pretty awesome. And very cool. And we do see it continued on quite a ways there. And let's see what else we got. Going forward, I know we had a few more little puffs here and there. I'm not going to worry about the small ones so much. And wanted to see the bigger ones. And let's see if we had anything pop out of there. Well, this is one here. That is at 6:49 a.m. And yeah, it wasn't that big. And I do believe there was another one right around here, 6:58 this morning. So it's been busy and puffing away a little bit here and there. And we haven't seen anything drastic like what we did yesterday at Sakurajima. Here's a little bit bigger one. This one from 8:46 a.m. And we see a little bit more of the ash material coming out. And that is pretty awesome, pretty cool. And we do appreciate that, and love watching the wonderful material coming up. And it's almost like it had a second burst there. And there we go. You can kind of see that. So neat, but not a sustained movement or a larger eruptive stream coming out. Here's a little larger one. This one was about 10 o'clock or 10:10, I think it was, yeah. And we can see that coming out. And a little bit hazy looking there. Not sure if they had a lot of humidity in the air, but blue skies above, but the haze down below. And that one was a little bit bigger as far as the ash emissions from it. So pretty awesome. And yeah, you can see a little bit more. It's just a little more continuous, but still not the explosive events that we see at some of the other volcanoes. And I don't know if we really want to see Popocatépetl being very explosive. Here's another one a little further down the road. That is about an hour down from 10:52 a.m. And again, smaller ones. Smaller ones always relieve that pressure and doesn't allow it to build up into a big blast or bang. And here's another one from a little further on, 11:35, and kind of the same thing, you know, smaller size gas emissions. And then of course after that it was fighting with the clouds. We couldn't see much, and it even got rainy there at points in time. And that's kind of what we were seeing. So very difficult to see some of those things. And that's, you know, volcano watching. We always end up with that type of dilemma. Clouds, they are not our friends. And of course, that is what we've got. And all right, let's carry on. That's Popocatépetl. Let's have a quick peek over here at Fuego. And Fuego is suffering from the same clouditis. And that is a volcano disease. They get that clouditis quite a bit. Let's see right about here. This is at 8:34, or sorry, 8:43 this morning. We do see a little bit of a plume come out, and they had some very high winds there. So you can see the plume isn't going up very far. It's getting blown off into the other direction there, away from the camera, and not making as high of an elevation as normally, going straight up. So that's kind of what we see. And then after that, the clouds moved in intermittently and caused us not to be able to see most of the next eruptions. Let's see, this one here, we missed the actual ejecta, but we do see there was some ash and stuff down on the bottom of the hill here, indicating that there was tephra and lava bombs and things like that coming out. If we go back earlier in the morning, we do have a couple here. This one wasn't too bad. That's at 5:57 a.m. just before the camera changed to a color. And let's see if we can find that. That is right here. So this one, let's see if we can get right on it. And that should be, there it is. We see the candle light up, and that is pretty cool, and it was fountaining out of there, and pretty awesome to see that. A lot of lava material, you know, tephra, lava bombs, etc. Although they were fairly localized there this time around, so nothing too serious. And we're seeing some, you know, people standing over here taking pictures, and of course that is well within the range of the output of this thing. So never go there. Always stay back a little bit further. But that was this morning, and then of course we'll find you a juicy one from in the night, and give you a little bit of an awe moment here. And this one was at 5:24, I believe. And you can see there's guys over here taking pictures. And let's see if we can move that ahead just a little bit. 5:24 is what I had written down. Whoop, I went too far. Let's let it run through from here so you can see it. Yes, it is a break time, and just wanted to share that with you real quick, and then we will go to a break. And okay, yeah, I just got an email saying that scientists have confirmed that the Earth's core has reversed in spin, and I don't believe that. Do you feel gravity going away? No. If the Earth's core would have stopped, we would have felt the Earth slowing down. Have your days been getting longer? Oh, anyway, yeah, sometimes I have to wonder about the Earth core people. And anyway, that's a beautiful eruption there. I'm going to leave it as that, as I'm going to get ready for the break. And just wanted to mention that it's kind of a little thing. You know, when you have momentum. You know, and I think this is one of Newton's laws. You've got momentum spinning, you know, you got something spinning in one direction. In order for it to slow down, that means something else has to speed up, because that the relationship between energy there, and it's kind of a fallacy when somebody says that the Earth core is slowing down. It is slowing down slowly, very slowly, but it's not going to stop in reverse. Not going to start spinning at the opposite direction, unfortunately. Otherwise, we would be flying off this planet. This planet would literally rip apart if that was the case. And it's just the way it is. So careful what you read and what you believe, and when scientists say, take a look where that science is coming from. That is the most important part of that. You know, has it been peer reviewed? Has it been proven? And is it become a real theory? Then that's what you need to look at. Perhaps we will all start walking backwards. Sue, that is a possibility. Maybe talking backwards too. Anyway. Let's put you back over to Hawaii, and we're good with Fuego for now, and we'll get this going. And we already had a look at the other one there at Messiah, so we'll continue on from there after the break. So for those good people who are here, please hang in there. Thank you, everyone, and yeah. It says Euro News. Scientists claim the Earth's inner core has reversed in its direction of a spin. Yeah. I'm sorry, but scientists, which scientists? Please show me the papers. And it's a Euro News saying that, not the scientists. Anyway, let's leave that on, and we'll throw some music back on. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, for those good people who are here lurking and stuff, consider hitting the subscribe button if you are enjoying the show and you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, don't go away, and we'll be back after the break. Good night to Adele51. You take care, and we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. And all good. Okay, I'm going. Thanks. And Yeti, somebody bought and just subscribed to 2 pineapples. That was yesterday, by the way. So if you see those things on screen, those are from, because this was 2 pineapples live stream from yesterday, just so you know that. Anyway, I'll be back after the break. Don't go away. Thanks. And I'm back. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And of course, what we've got there on a screen is a courtesy of two pineapples, and that was their stream from last night. So, all good. Thank you for the welcome backs from Alexa. Play. Hang on. Alexa, play from Wonky Donkey. Trev T. Okay. I don't know. Thanks, Wonky Donkey. Welcome back, Daddy Fox. All right. Thanks, Sue. And good night to John Raper. And thanks, Kevin Haynes. And good, let's see, who else? I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Trying not to wreck my vocal cords here. And thanks, Jane Mary. Appreciate the welcome backs and all good. Yep, good night, John. Take care and do your thing. That is all cool. Let's get to our next volcano. We're going to stop this lava right where it's at. So we don't run out. That can is not infinite. Sneak up on a wonky, what? And sticks a new tail on. Way to go! Hides it behind Dr. Fox. Piggy! Way to go! You got him good. That's a fantastic looking new tail. Oh, anyway, yeah, let's do our thing. Lends a piggy a staple gun. Oh, that can be dangerous. You got to watch out for those donkeys, though. They do have a really mean back kick when they get in there, so got to be careful. Sometimes they react a little bit differently, and that can be a little bit cumbersome or a nuisance. While I'm keeping things talking here, I'm trying to refresh a couple things, and that didn't work. Okay, and let's see if we can find our next location, and that is not this one. How about this one? That'll work. They all look alike. They seem to have volcanoes in the picture with lots of cloud on every one of them. And let's take a look at this one. This, of course, is Merapi in Central Java, Indonesia. And there we can see it from various angles, and the thermal that we can't see very well on the bottom left-hand side. So pretty awesome. But if we go back, I want to put this on full. There we go. And we will go back a little bit in time, and we'll see if we can see some lovely lava. There was some lava popping out of this thing earlier. I just got to find it, and we'll see if we can locate that. There was different spots. Here's one of them, and this wasn't too bad. You can see a little bit of the bacon coming down, and some lava spots there, and that was at 3 something this morning, and I thought there was something at 5 this morning as well. I might have missed that. No, I think maybe not. Okay, maybe that's a Semaru. And then earlier, yeah, we had this, where you could actually see the top of the mountain for a little bit since that cloud disappeared a little bit, and you can see some of that lava starting to make its way down the hill. So that was kind of nice to see. I'm just trying to find if there it is. That's the one I'm looking for. Looking at this right about here, we'll let that play for a second. I'm going to just push it ahead by a few seconds, and there we go. There you can see the lava going down the side of the hill. This is at 1:30 in the morning, and when I ask my Alexa, the music from A Wonky Donkey starts playing. Uh-oh. It's telling you a wonky donkey joke. Donkey nappers. Teresa, thank you for that. Welcome back. Spinning around planet Earth. Yippee. Yep, as long as we're still on this Earth, and yeah, they should be pretty awesome. And you can see that lava actually came down quite a ways on that hill, so that must have been a fair amount to be able to make it so far down. And little extra bacon there for you, and that is always nice to be able to see that. And yeah, that was kind of nice to see something from Merapi for a change, and we do like that. And I'm glad we got this feedback on here, because it definitely shows a lot better. And that's of course, if you guys want to, you can certainly subscribe to that channel yourselves. I will drop the link in here, and they will be happy if you do. And there is the link for that channel on YouTube. And of course, you can hit that magic subscribe button and be part of their group as well. And although I don't speak Philippine, so that's their chat's usually in Filipino. But nice to see the bacon coming down the side of that hill, and very very awesome. So that is cool. Storm Chaser 1211, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And we'll back up a little bit more. I think there's another couple spots where we're seeing a little bit of bacon, not quite as much as that last blast. There you can see an eruption happening, but not that much lava coming out of that one. And we'll take a look and see if I can find a couple more here. So Merapi has been a little bit active, so yeah, here's a better one. We have seen that coming down the hill, and that's another one that went all the way down. So that is at 7 minutes after midnight. So it's been producing a little bit more wonderful lava spit ups. Yep. Yeah, it's quite a bit of lava when you see it coming down the hill like that. You got to remember that's traveling possibly almost 2 kilometers down the angle of the hill. So that's got to be a fair amount of lava to be able to make it that far. And that is a long distance. So it's not just a little bit of a spit up. There's quite a volume there, and that makes it go. So pretty awesome to be able to see that. Pardon me. And let's see if we can find another spot or two. Here's another one. This one wasn't quite as elaborate. This was at 2343. It did come from the top, and it came down this path instead of over here. So interesting to see, and you can definitely see some traveling. So it has been producing a lot more lava as of the last few days here. Here's actually a bigger one that we can look at as well. This one was from yesterday at 10:40 roughly. You can see it got very bright right there, and if we just expedite that a little bit by going forward a few seconds, we'll be able to see there's the other one, and this one went quite a ways down as well. And I think that's probably about the biggest one I've seen in the last a week or so, coming down the side of this. So pretty awesome to be able to see that, and we do like that. So pretty cool, and yeah, it's neat. I like it, and yeah, I just wish the picture was a little bit better quality-wise. But hey, it is at night, you know, what do you expect? And that must have been a heck of a lot of lava on that shot, because You can see it's quite a thick material doing its thing, so all good. Welcome Ed Galindo, good to have you on board. And yep, there is some more of that flow coming down in different directions, and that is pretty awesome to see from Merapi in central Java, Indonesia. And I don't think there was anything else that we could really see or spot. There were probably a couple other little puffs here and there, but the clouds were in the way on some of them, and others it just wasn't very good looking. But that gives you a pretty good idea of what some of that activity was like, and all good. Hi C&D boy, please passes sweetie, I stole from a Dr. Fox van. Oh, what did you steal from my van, Piggy? C&D boy, the sweets, probably sweets that she took from there. You didn't take my cookies out, did you? I was saving those. Oh, Piggy. It was Donkey. Oh, the donkey took them? Wonky donkey. That's not very nice of you. Anyway, let's leave that be. We'll put that back on live, and that, of course, is what we're seeing right now. It is 5:51 a.m. there, so getting close to full daylight for them. Next one, of course, is our wonderful, oh, I better fix that, and there is our wonderful Ruapehu. And yeah, same as yesterday, clouds in the way, but you know what? If we go back a little bit in time, we can actually see Ruapehu. It did show itself, so that is a nice clear picture. Minus the clouds, it looks really awesome. But we don't see any activity pluming out or anything like that. It is quiet and doing its thing, and that is all good. It did have some clouds on it earlier as well. Some funky clouds above it, and that is kind of neat. Of course, 9:14 a.m. is when that was this morning in New Zealand. Dr. Frank saved you from what? Soggy cookies. Oh, saved you from soggy cookies. Those cookies were not soggy. They were wrapped in plastic. Piggy, were you drooling on them? I think that might have been what it was. Oops, I sure ate them. That's how they got wet, is what you were drooling on them. Okay, now that's making more sense to me. Anyway, earlier in the morning it was a little clearer there, and that is, of course, Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. And we'll leave it as that. It is quiet. This is even earlier in the day, and we like that, so all good. Dr. Fox, one thing I do notice, what about the shot D9C, is that there's no Chinese balloon over the volcano. Bit odd. Huh. Chinese balloon over volcano. I think the thermals would cause it problems, because of course the hot air will give you a lot of uplift. And anyway, we're going to our next spot here. This is our chart for Taupur, and Taupo, or Taupur, however you like to say it, is got some activity happening. We do see, looks like 3 quakes, smaller ones, just very recently here. So some activity building there at Taupo, and all nice to see. And we'll see what happens in the future for that volcano. Just gonna go back here and fix these up so I don't waste too much horsepower. There we go. And let's have a quick peek at this. Of course, this shot here is courtesy of Sun Court Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. And you can see the big lake. That, of course, is the caldera for Taupo. You can't see Mount Ruapehu, but it is right back there. And it's in the clouds, so unfortunately, not the greatest of sunny days there, but looks like they are having a flea market of some sort, and everybody's doing their thing and enjoying their day, so can't be that bad there. Good night, Piggy. You take care of yourself, and all the best, and big hugs, and stay safe and be good, and we'll see you tomorrow, and try to get some sleep, okay? I know it's tough. And Thistle, you go to bed now, Thistle. Good night, Thistle. Good night, Piggy. Good night, Lena. Good night, Poppet. And did I miss anyone? Anyway, we'll leave that alone. LOL, she looked up. Okay. Go to sleep, Thistle. It's bedtime. All right. We'll leave that there. Let's go to our next one. And, of course, that is our wonderful... let's see if we can get on there and find it. There it is. That is... We'll have to see if we can crank that quality up. No, we are at the maximum. And that is Semeru. And, of course, Semeru is doing all kinds of wonderful things as of late. Let's see if we can do a little zoomed in version of that. Right now it looks really fuzzy, but let's go back just a little bit and see. There was a little bit of a plume coming out. We seen that right there, even though it is out of focus. And then, of course, we didn't see too much lava right there, but let's see if we can go back a little bit more here. There's another one still out of focus, unfortunately. And let's see, I want to find, there's one specific one I'm looking for. And that happened, I think, right around here somewhere. It had a little bit of cloud in the way, but it was a little bit better focus. And there, yeah, right there. And you can see there was like a wave of lava, and then it started to plume up, and we see a little bit of lava coming down the hill. And there's another shot, and that looked not bad. So a little bit of eruptive activity from Semeru, and that's in East Java in Indonesia. And let's see if there's a couple more here that we wanted to look at. If we can find them. Yeah, this one is the better blast. I'm going to take you over to the other one in a second. We'll just let this kind of finish a little bit, and you can watch the lava dribbling down the side of the mountain, of course, and that happened at 4:11 a.m. their time. So definitely active up in the caldera. You can see the light of, or the lava, the illuminescence, if you will, lighting up the ash and gases that are heading out. Okay, let's go to the other one. That should be right around here somewhere. And I hope I didn't pass this. I don't think I did, but you can see it right there. It is cooking up and throwing out a little bit of lava. There it is, and that's what I was wanting to see. This one is a little bit bigger as far as eruptive activity, and you can see some more of that lava splashing out, as well as the plume of tephra and ash going up into the air, and more of that wonderful lava hitting over on the side here, which is kind of neat. Pretty awesome. While that one is doing its thing, there was another couple that we wanted to look at, and I'm not sure if this is the right one. Oh, that's fairly small. There was a bigger one I wanted to see. Is that it here? I think I found it. No, maybe not. I passed it. Okay. A little bit of lava dribbling down. Nothing too serious there. And I think it's got to be right in here. Yeah, let me back that up a few seconds. And a little bit more. Just so we can see how that started. So that's kind of what we've seen. 1:37 a.m. is where that happened, and you can see that lava kicking down. It is break time, you guys, so I am going to take a break right away. We'll let this finish here first, and I just kind of want to give you that play-by-play. You do see it going down both sides of the kind of built-up area in the center. So it's like two ditches, one on either side, allowing the flow downward, and that is pretty awesome. But you'll also see a little bit of a blast now, and there it is. That's what I wanted to see. I did see this one earlier, and I thought it'd be kind of neat to share with everyone, and we'll get that on there. So that is looking pretty good, and of course that is from Semeru, and twin lava flows. Yep, looking pretty awesome, and it did a little bit of that. So kind of a I don't know, multi-burst eruption, if you will, of sorts, and it looked not bad. So we'll leave it as that for right now. I'm going to put you back to Kilauea from the stream, of course, from two pineapples from yesterday. Since the camera is really out of focus for the other stuff, so let me get it over there, and we'll see. Actually, I'm going to double check and see. Oh, they're working on the camera. That is pretty cool. They just zoomed it out, and I think they're trying to focus a little bit. So yeah, we'll take it back to Hawaii, and we'll leave it on that. We don't see any flow coming from the lava vent right now from Hawaii, but yeah, this was Semeru, and that is in eastern Java, and that is of course where it is. And let's take off the courtesy of two pineapples. This is USGS messing with the camera. You can see the raindrops on the camera lens, so a little bit of difficulty there. They must have got someone in there to operate that. You can see right there, that's the remnants of Pig Island, and there's your little vent and the lava flow. So they're zooming back in. This is live, and that's all good. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. So for those people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like button. Would really be awesome. Also, for those who are sitting on the outside lurking and looking in, please do consider subscribing if you haven't done so as of yet. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break, and after the break, there is more to come. So don't go away, guys, and we'll see what we can do. And by the way, does anyone want to watch that video that I put together? If you haven't seen it, from Sakurajima from yesterday, the video is about 7 minutes long. We can show it maybe on the next break. So let me know in the chat if you want to see that video. And I did put some weird music on it. I kind of like that music, and then I put on that one. Anyway, don't go away. More to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and don't hurt yourselves. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Albagirl. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And all good, and let's carry on with what we were looking at. We did take a look at Semeru, and we did have some more stuff to talk about there, so let's go back there for a minute. Of course, that was just a post-eruption. You can see the two eyes and the nose there, and it kind of looks like a droopy dog with his ears going up there. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Hermione, for the welcome back. Hermione and Fluffy, of course. I had to find stuff and for a friend. Oh, cool. Anyway, getting back onto that screen. There we go. We did take a look at Semeru. Well, let's take a look at the other reports, though, from Semeru. Let me fix that screen a little bit. There we go. Referring to East Java area, and of course East Java, Indonesia, renewed explosive activity. We already seen some of that. Reaching 600 meters above the summit with white, gray in color ash and clouds going up. Okay, eruption lasted 89 seconds, so that was pretty awesome. And let's see, recommends no persons to be within 5 kilometers of the summit or 500 meters from riverbanks that lie within 17 kilometers radius. And what they are worried about is pyroclastic flows, of course, so some of that is very possible. And as were observed on the February 5th when they had those big ones. And let's just take a look. If we click on that picture, that shows it a little bit better, and you can see that blast coming out of there. And that was on the it's at the 12th there now. It's at the 11th at 7:55 a.m. So we can't go back that far to see it, but that's what we had. Some of the other photos that we've got here, not sure where they're from. This one is actually the Rhine River in Germany, so that's pretty nice. And there's some other shots. Sea arch formed in a white ash layer at North Sea, Milos Island, Greece. That is pretty awesome looking. And then that gets back to our original shot. While we're done with that one, let's go take a look at the next one that we've got in in Indonesia. And of course, that is this one, and that is a Kerinci, and that's over on Sumatra. That's the other island, one of the other islands, anyway. And it says persistent explosive activity. Moderate explosive activity has been frequently observed on Kerinci since October 20th, 2022, and observing 15 separate incidents. Most recent eruption recorded yesterday, February 10th at 1740 local time, and it reached 100 meters above the summit, or 3,900 meters above sea level. The ash column traveled eastward down the volcano's flank. Activity currently prohibited within 3 kilometers of the crater. The possibility of frequent ash emissions presents a hazard to aviation, and it is recommended that the flight path around the volcano be avoided. Okay, so that is all cool. looking at that a little closer up. There we go. That's a pretty nice picture, and it shows you just how close some of these properties are to that volcano. And I mean, they're basically sitting on the lava flows down below that have been turned into agricultural land. So pretty awesome. And Billy Bob Joe just popped in, and of course he sent a punny. So we'll see what he's got going on there. I haven't read this, so we'll take a look at it. And okay, well, I don't know if that's a really neat pun, but okay. Let's just put that down. Billy Bob Joe pun, and we'll do that. Blame Billy if you don't get it. They're a pun of the day. Some people's paradise is vacationing in Hawaii. My paradise is playing craps at a casino. Okay, I'm not sure if that's all that punny, but anyway, and that is our wonderful currency there on Sumatra. And while we're on Sumatra, let's take a look at the next one. And this one, of course, is Marapi volcano in western Sumatra. And occasionally, occasional explosions persist. And again, we have the same kind of a scenario as what we did over at Carinci. So kind of the same activity, definitely something going on. That's what it looks like when we enlarge that picture. That was from 1909 on the 10th, or yesterday, their time. Of course, that is now a day and a half ago, because they are over the international date line, so they're already on the 12th. We're only on the 11th. So that is what we're seeing there. Pretty awesome. And thank you, Sue, for providing that information. Here are the guys going to somewhere. And again, they're showing that the, what is it? It's called Nonenwerth Island, or Nonenwerth Insel in the Rhine River, is that pointy teardrop shaped island there. Looks pretty cool and awesome. Anyway, let's go back. Ooh, look, Lizoid, it's your buddy. It's one of Lizoid's friends. Welcome back, Sue. And Lizoid, that is one of your buddies. I hope you are familiar with him. Must be a cousin or something. And yeah, he looks like he's yeah, Lizoid. Which one of your cousins is that? I'm trying to figure that out, because I don't think that's you. Anyway, maybe you recognize him. That one eats me. Uh-oh. Okay, we'll leave that be. So anyway, there's some reports on those things for you guys. Let's see if Madame Rutza has her stream up and running for to all. No, unfortunately not. So we are back to looking at what we see at Semeru, and I got that back to live, and of course still a little fuzzy. We do see some smoke or steam coming from the caldera. We know it's continuing to be fairly active, and we'll see how that goes in the future. Let's pop over to Japan and see what Japan is doing. Uh-oh, let me get that screen to the right shot. Where is my Japan stuff? Looks, where? Oh, that's not Japan. Where'd Japan go? Somebody stole my Japanese stuff. Okay, let's start out here. This is ASO sand. ASO is continuing to off gas fairly heavily, or steam, and that cooker on the bottom of that volcano floor, pardon me, has to be turned on fairly high, and this thing has been steaming fairly heavily the last few days, and I'm wondering if we're going to see some more eruptive activity there in the near future. So that is ASO. Let's take a look at the other ones. For those people needing an ice cream, the ice cream boat is in, and that is pretty awesome. And let's continue on here. I wonder if we had any major eruptions here today. It looks like we did have a pretty good blast earlier, and let's see if we can find it on the closer up camera. And yeah, that kind of shows what we were seeing. Maybe that's just discolored from other stuff, I don't know. Pardon me. Yeah, it wasn't as bad as what we were seeing, that large plume yesterday, but it almost looks like right in here somewhere, time-wise, we do see separate events here. So this vent down here in here hadn't erupted since about 2015. So that is fairly new, and you know, to be reactivated. Most of everything is coming from the other primary vents up on the top there, and I do believe there's 2 or 3 of them up in the top, and I haven't seen an aerial shot from there for a while. I know it's changed a bunch. Let's see if we can find anything else during the night here that might have some lava expulsion. And we know we did see some glow in the crater, and a little bit, I don't know if that's moonlight or a glow from the volcano. It has been pretty steady though, off-gassing, and that is kind of what we had there. And let's see if we can go back a little bit more. Yeah, I don't really see anything else that was too eruptive. This is going back about to about 9:34 p.m. their time the previous day, or the 11th, because they're in the future, right? And that is kind of what we see. So nothing super spectacular coming from it. If we have a look though right now, you can kind of see 2 lenticular clouds trying to build up. That is pretty weird, pretty awesome, and a lot of disrupted ash pluming are going on. So those people living on the other side are probably getting a bunch of ash on them right now. There's a shot of the close-up camera, the crater, and that looked pretty awesome as well. So that is what we've got there for those guys right now, and that is pretty cool. I'm going to set up the other one here for taking a look at oh, I messed that up. I was supposed to do that. Let me see if I can get that working here to grab the link for the other video that I've got, and we'll get that one to play for our next break, since that is about 7 minutes long. And of course that was the video I made last night of our explosive eruption there with the shock wave and eruption from yesterday, and we'll let that play. So pardon me, that is a pretty cool looking lenticular cloud though that built up, so pretty nice. And yeah, if you haven't got the ice cream, your ice cream is down there in the ice cream boat, you guys. You can definitely go run down and get some. A little early in the morning though, 8:28 a.m., but I'm sure they're open and serving. Anyway, that is kind of awesome to see that, and we'll see what we can do. I want to have a quick peek at see our other one here, and of course this is Suwanosi-jima. It is on one of the southern islands. It too was throwing out some steamy gases and possibly some tephra as well. If we go back during the night, well, this looks like it's coming from that back vent again, and that is pretty awesome. I'm just trying to see if we can see some defined plumes here. Always hard with these ones because of the lower quality of the camera, and it doesn't look so great. If we go back a little bit more, yeah, not going to get a very good view there, so we'll leave that be. Actually, what we can do is probably do that right here. I'm going to put that other video on, paste and go, and oh, I got commercials. Go figure. Who would do that? Anyway, I'll let you watch that. I'm going to go take that break, so we're all good. And this is kind of neat, so watch it through. I'll be back after the break. For those who have not yet hit the like button, please do consider it. And of course, I'm talking through this, so you probably missed the first shockwave, but you can see it in the replay, or the slower one there, and just watch it, you'll see it, and it'll be good. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX on live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Albagirl and Kevin Haynes and Billy Bob Joe saying, be right back. No worries. Thank you, Hermione and Fluffy and Sue Hayes. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. From Sharon Stewart and Grenzed saying welcome back and hello everyone. Welcome Grenzed, glad to have you on board. So I'm not sure who all was paying attention or seen that wonderful stuff from the shock waves, but Robert and Shandell mentioned, did you see the rainbow? Well, what I seen was as the shock wave kind of moved out, it did have color displacement through the cloud there. So yeah, it was looking like a rainbow in a way. So pretty awesome, and I did like that. So that is kind of what we were seeing there. I saw the shock waves too. Wow, that's awesome, Sharon. And yeah, it definitely kind of blasted out of there. And I'm sure they would have heard that in the area quite a bit because of the physical size of that shock wave. It wasn't small. When you're looking at that volcano, you know, the crater across the top there, when you see a shock wave coming out, that's kind of a blast wave. That's a couple, well, I'd say at least 1,000 feet or maybe 300, 400 meters in diameter. You know that sound's going to be loud. And I shot the sheriff. Billy Bob Joe, you shot the sheriff. I hope they ain't coming for you, man. They'll send the SWAT team after you if you shot the sheriff. That's a good song, though. I shot the sheriff, but I did it in self-defense. Yeah, sure, that's what they all say. But not the deputy. Yeah, the deputy was a good-looking girl, so he didn't bother. Anyway, that's all good. Anyway, we do see that there is ongoing gaseous activity there at our wonderful Sakurajima there in Japan, and it is definitely doing its thing. So, all good. We will leave it there, and we will go over to our next one. Hopefully, we still have a daylight. And is it starting or finished? I don't know if I am messed up my timing here. But that is Yellowstone National Park. Of course, that is a super volcano. Well, it is, but it's what we're looking at is Old Faithful, and I think it's just about time for it to erupt a little bit. Oh dear, not what? What did you break? Grenzed, internet back after a day of outage. Ooh, so you had an outage up there. Just wait till that storm comes in and hits, and that will be really nasty, and you'll have more outages. But I'm glad that you're back, and that is all cool. Anyway, let me get on the right screen, and Teresa saying, welcome to the lava. Welcome back, lava workers. Always enjoyed oi. Oh yes, okay, glad that you're enjoying that. Getting over here, and I'm hoping Old Faithful is going to pop. Let's see if we can just give it a smidgen of a uplift here. Get that to sit correctly. There, perfect, and there we got it. Well, that doesn't look like a large plume of geyser material coming out there, and that looks awful small. Maybe it's going to start now. Little puffs. I didn't see any buffalo today. I wonder if that's an omen, or if we're going to see some material pop out, and that would be cool. Oh, looks like it's getting bigger now. Yep, I think it's time for Old Faithful, and there's nobody there in the park. I'm surprised, and they must all be busy for a Saturday doing their thing. And I'm sure there'd be less people there tomorrow as well. Um, so if I'm correct, it's Super Bowl tomorrow. Is That's what's going on for tomorrow? Super Bowl. There she blows, just about. She's trying. Sometimes she blows a lot more than others, and it's always interesting to kind of see that. So Super Bowl tomorrow, that will be interesting. I'll have to see if I can get that game on the TV. Mind you, I've got a stream to run, so that is probably going to be a slight conflict. And we'll probably see less people here in the stream, but I can understand that. That happens. It does happen. Apparently, parts of Australia and New Zealand had blackouts due to a flare from the sun. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. And that we had a solar or CME perhaps flaring up. That's actually something interesting. I haven't. I've been too busy looking at volcanoes to try to figure out. Super Bowl Sunday tomorrow. I only like the halftime show. Depending on the halftime show, sometimes we don't even like that. If it's girls with, no, never mind. I can't say that. Um, Improperly addressed at times. Things happen. Sounds like a good enough excuse at Suhays. It was a mobile broadband, thankfully back now. That probably was what it was, Granzant. If they get their dishes zapped, of course, what they do sometimes is they, wardrobe malfunction are best. There you go, Sharon Stewart. The solar flares, of course, some of the satellites, what they will do is they'll actually turn the satellite off during when that flare actually hits, or the wave actually comes through. Doc, sometimes some things occur with the sun the last a couple of days. We are in a new cycle, and it has picked up a whole bunch. I do have to get back to watching some of my solar activity, of course. That is kind of important for me. I used to do quite a bit of the helio observations, if you want to call them that. Anyway, it's taken too long for Old Faithful to get going, so we're going to leave Old Faithful be. Let's pop over and take a look at earthquakes, and we'll maybe check back on Old Faithful here in a little bit. So let me get over to my earthquake map, and we'll take a look and see what is going on for today. First off, in the Aleutian Islands, we see a 4.4 out here by Rat Island. Happened yesterday at 2209, 60.9 kilometers down. So that's way out there. And let's see, what else we got? Just a tiny little spot there, 2.3 in the Bay Area there. Nothing major from 1635. And another little one right in the corner here. 2.2, nothing to worry about from 1352. Sliding down the coast a little bit. We don't see anything really sizable. We do have this 2.7 here, not too far away from Eureka and the Ferndale area and that type of locations. But this one is from yesterday at 1831. I don't think there's anything to worry about. This is another 2.4. There at Hayfork, California. So that's what we got. We do see this little guy out in the water all by itself, and that is a 3.0 from 1755 yesterday as well. And a couple little tiny ones here in California. Nothing major that's going to upset anyone. I don't think. They probably didn't even feel them. And that, of course, is the San Andreas fault down to this point. And then this carry on from here onward. That is the Imperial Fault, and we do have activity along it on occasion as well. Don't see anything in Central America at all, so that's pretty quiet. We do get down here into our Chilean area. We do have a 4.4 there, 3 a.m., 148.6 kilometers down, and he had a friend 4.4 from 1323, 132 kilometers down. There's another one right there. That is a 4.5, and that is in Argentina. Came in at 1521, and that was 108.7 kilometers down. And going over here, looking at what we were seeing, I don't see anything directly in New Zealand, but we do have this one, Kermadec Island region, 4.8 sizable quake from 1220, 40.5 kilometers down. We do see a couple marked as Fiji out here, 4.5 from 1433, 583.8 kilometers down for him. And this one a little bit closer to the actual Fiji island there. And that is a 4.5 from 1514, 574.5 kilometers down for that one. Sliding over a little bit, this looks like Banda Sea area, or just about. And that's a 4.5 in Indonesia. That is from 947, and that was 91.6 kilometers down. We don't see anything else on Sumatra or Java. We do have one up here in our zone where we've been seeing all these other quakes. This one's a little further to the north though. That's a 5.9, very sizable, 1:55 a.m. 48.8 kilometers are down. So it's not over here where the other ones were coming in. They were all about 35 kilometers down. So a little bit different there. Let's see what else we got going on here. Go up a little bit more. We see over in China, 4.1 from 1941 yesterday, 10 kilometers down. Taiwan has a 4.7 out here, and that was at 4:35 a.m. and from 35.2 kilometers down. Japan has this one right here from 4.1, 3:45 a.m. 339.9 kilometers down. Don't see anything up all the way into Kamchatka. Those places all quiet. Just zooming out just to double check the other stuff here. Let's grab this one on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. 5.6 came in at 8:31, and that is 10 kilometers down. That is on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and that's what we got there. And then, of course, over here in our Syria and Turkey region, we see a bunch. Here's another one up a little further north, and this is up in Georgia, and that is a 4.4. 8:33 was the time on it, 10 kilometers down for that one. Then we see this one, a 4.6, 10 a.m., 12 kilometers down, or 12.1. We got a 4.2 at 10:50 a.m., and that is 5.6 kilometers down, fairly shallow. Next one, another 4.2 from yesterday at 20:38. So we've got a continuance of earthquakes there. This one is a 4.4 from 2:03 in the morning, 6.1 clicks down. This one, another 4.2, 13:39, 10 kilometers down. And then we got a 4.5, Turkey region, 55 minutes after midnight, 7.2 kilometers down. And the list goes on. Another 4.2, another 4.4. This one is a 4.2. That's getting closer to Syria. This one here 4.3. So they're all in those same size ranges. 4.2, 4.4 there in central Turkey, and that one 4.1. Those are the latest quakes there, so they are still shaking. Those would be sizable aftershocks and definitely noticeable by the local people there. And of course, that can be detrimental if you already have some buildings that are severely weakened. Multiple aftershocks can just ruin the rest of a structure. So hopefully most of the people that were in some of these weakened buildings are out of there. We really don't need any more fatalities. I mean, we already know that that whole region between Syria and Turkey, or Turkey, if you want to say it that way, they've lost over 2,700, 20,700, or 27,000 people have perished. 27,000. That's a lot of people to be lost all at once, and that is horrible. But we hear the occasional good news story, like the one from today, where 5 people from the same family were pulled out, all alive, and there is still hope as long as the rescuers continue to do their thing. So I just wanted to throw that in. Anyway, let's go over to our Canary Islands and see what kind of activity we've got going on there. Refreshing that screen, and we'll take a look up north. We do see a star flashing up top here. This happened at 22:39 UTC of 3.5, and that is 80 kilometers down according to the chart, and that's pretty deep for in that region. There are others up there as well. That one happened at 1:34, 3.3, and that 3.3 is 20 kilometers down. And this one is another 3.7. That's closer to the surface. Came in yesterday at 10:03 UTC, and 2 kilometers down for that one. And then there's also the 2.7 there, a little further north, and that was 29 kilometers down. Happened on the 9th. So we'll leave those be, and we'll go zoom in on La Palma, because that is our primary focus here. And we only see one for today, and that is down there where the circle is. You can see that, and it's a 1.37 kilometers down. Came in 38 minutes after midnight, and that is it for there. 2-minute warning, perfect, Hermione, thank you. And we'll do a quick refresh on the volcano map. I don't think we need to spend a heck of a lot of time on it. Let's get rid of some of the advertising. There we go. And down, go down, there we go. We can see the stuff on the page. So, yeah, nothing new in Iceland. Azores still the same, and pretty much all good there. We didn't take a look at Hawaii earthquakes, so let's do that real quick before I forget. Hawaii, don't want to do that again. 2.6 over there from 2123, that was 10.7 kilometers down. That almost looks like it's over in, what is it, Kona or something like that, that area over on the other side. But we do have a little bit more of a kind of a swarm in this area. I'm going to go through these real quick and just time and intensity. They're all between about 26 to 37 kilometers down. Anyway, 2.0 from yesterday, 1952 for that one. 1.9 from yesterday at 23:04. 2.2 from yesterday at 18:39. We've got a 3.5, a little bit bigger, from 17:15 yesterday. and 2.6 from 2120, and then 2.2 from 2150. Real quick, we'll finish this off and then go for the break. This one is 2.1 from 126 in the morning. And let's grab a couple more that we see here. Nothing too major left. 2.1 from 22 minutes after midnight for that guy. This one is a 2.1 as well, 17 minutes after midnight. And this one here, 1.8 from 8:25 a.m. We don't see anything over at Kilauea, so that is it for our Hawaiian earthquakes. We can leave that be, and we will go back, put you back into Hawaii. Oh, they've gone out of focus again. I hate that. I wonder why that is so bad to go out of focus. We did get a focus back after they realigned the camera a little bit. Let's see if we can put that back on for right now. Oop, I shouldn't have hit that button. That was right around here. And we'll leave that on for right now for the duration of the break. You do see how that lava is flowing out towards that 25-acre area, and it is flowing very quickly, as you can see. So that is going downhill. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. Thor, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board, and nice to see you. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. We're trying to get over that 100 mark. That'll really help us out. Also, for those people who are sitting on the side, if you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing. That would really be awesome. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break. Be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Don't look too bad if it's for Mersin, Turkey. Don't look too bad. Okay. We'll see. We'll check that again, Thor. We'll take a look at the weather for that area. I'll be back after the break. Don't go away. Thanks, guys. we go. I'm back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome back from Sue and Kevin Haynes. And looks like it will be Thor. I hope you don't have too much snow on the ground over there. We didn't see anything there yesterday as far as the snow right in that area anyway, but to the northwest a little bit, but hopefully not bad. And thanks, Thor. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks also, Billy Bob Joe and Thor. All good. Hope the road is not too bad a shape. Yep, we hope everything is good. Anyway, we are at that point. We kind of went through our earthquakes and stuff, and we do want to go over and have a look at our SO2 map next. So let's see what we can find. I'm going to refresh that since I haven't done that today yet, but that's quick. So all good. There we go. And it looks like we've got some of that SO2 coming over the pond, all the way over into Canada and the US, getting up in the States there, or sorry, up in Alaska, I should say. And we see it hitting all the way along the coast, so the Panhandle is getting it. And then, of course, streaming out here into northern BC as well as the Yukon. We see some areas where it is not getting into, and of course it's likely raining there and cleaning the air. Anyway, looking at the rest of basically Canada and the North America in general, it's not that bad. I mean, we do have fairly high levels, but still not as bad as it could be. Looking at what we see even coming out here, looks like a clearest area right now is out here in Newfoundland. Even Sue is getting a little bit there in Nova Scotia. It's not that bad up here from I guess New York and Maine and those places, New Hampshire. Not that bad up there. And then of course they've got that stormy stuff going on down here in Mississippi and Alabama and those areas, and Georgia. So the rain is cleaning up there for them. And the big bright clear spot out here in the Midwest, so that is all right. So places like Colorado and Kansas and New Mexico and most of Texas are fairly clean looking. California is going to get cleaned out by this weather system here as well. We do see from Popocatépetl in Mexico City still pluming across the Gulf of Mexico all the way past Florida, over top of Florida. And then of course we see more activity from that's off-gassing here from Nevado del Ruiz, continuing with some heavy SO2 output. The other guys in Central America kind of blowing into the Pacific, still sliding down a little bit more. Looking at the Chilean area, really not as bad as it could be, and that's actually pretty nice. Most of it is people pollution, so we're not going to worry too much. We do see a lot of SO2 still down in Antarctica, and again that is going to end up stopping soon once it gets a little colder down there. We'll see it, the snow will recapture some of that SO2 and freeze it back up into snowflakes and let them fall. But right now it's the snow melt that is releasing that SO2 and doing its thing. Very little coming from White Isle Volcano. We know Leo for sure doesn't have a barbecue going today. That is 100%. He's got nothing coming from there. And of course the coking plants there north of Sydney still outputting a little bit. And Tofua still there. Most of this looks like it is coming from Vanuatu, and that is not too bad, but it is pluming out there because of Gabrielle, the storm here, and it's that storm is starting to hit the northern portions of New Zealand, so hopefully it's not going to hit too bad. Anyway, we go up here. Papua New Guinea still pretty normal, and Luolatok doing its thing. Semeru, a little higher output than before. Don't see as much from Merapi in that area in Indonesia, so Semeru would be over here, and Merapi was actually right around here. And I'm not sure if we got too much coming from Krakatau, but Jakarta definitely is throwing some in. And we're not seeing any plumes from Kerinci or what's the other one? Merapi, not Merapi, but Merapi. There we go. And I'm surprised at that. That is kind of interesting, even though they are more active. Ibu and Dakono still working away there, and then we go up here, still seeing a little bit of a plume from Mayon and Bulusan, as well as over here we'll still have our 6,000 tons per day coming out of Taal off-gassing, as well as people pollution from very heavily populated in that area. And of course we look at Taiwan. There's still a pretty normal heavy pollution there, and not seeing so much from Suwanosi-jima, but this is, I think this plume here is a combined effort between Semeru and Aso. Aso would be up in here somewhere. So I think they're both off-gassing, so that's creating a little darker area there. This stuff in China, just basically people pollution. And what the heck is going on here? This is, of course, we are still seeing, and we think Karimsky is doing a good portion of this, but we are now seeing a lot heavier material, and I'm wondering if Bezimiani or Shivalash aren't helping with that. It definitely looks like we have multiple volcanoes throwing some SO2 up there. So very interesting. And it looks like India pretty normal for what they've got. It looks like Sri Lanka's pretty free and clear. Nothing in Madagascar. Always nice air there. We see the SO2 from the gold refineries down here in South Africa. And then we see here in DR Congo area, definitely from the two volcanoes and the coking plants there as well. No plume whatsoever from Erta Ale right now, but we do see the here in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Iraq. Those are all oil refineries, and that is what's going on there. And here's something that is of interest, and this is from Mount Etna. It certainly has stepped up the pace as far as SO2 is concerned. So I'm wondering if Etna is going to come back to life, if it's having a bad gas day or whatever, but definitely big difference in what we were seeing yesterday. It was a lot easier going. And looking at Spain, not bad. France, not bad. Actually, most of Europe is not too bad right now, so they are breathing fairly easy. Northern Germany and Denmark are really clear. Ireland, of course, very clear. A little bit here in England, but I think that is, we've got a circulation here. I think they've got a storm system that's going to end up hitting soon, and that is actually fairly massive circulation when you back out a little bit, and you see here that is really going around. And of course, looks like that Gulf Stream temperatures are being pushed up onto Iceland. That's why we have seen all that snow melt there. So that is what's going on, and that's also pushing right through and possibly getting into Norway and melting some of their snow as well. And that's it for our SO2 map. Let's take a look. I'm going to get a brand new fresh map of for our weather here, and we'll take a look and see First thing I notice, of course, is Gabriel right there, and that is going to, yeah, it definitely starting to pull the wind across the portions of the northern portions of New Zealand, so that's nasty. And Freddie sitting here, I don't know which direction it's going. It seems to be stalled there, and this Dingangi, if I said it right, is right out in the middle of the Indian Ocean, but they are going to do their thing. Anyway, let's look at what we've got in North America. And of course, Alaska, way up north, very cold, but the southern area is a little bit warmer. Actually seeing some +3, +4 temperatures in places. And looks like Yukon has got some warmer stuff in the lower end, but the cold still holding on fairly well in Northwest Territories, and of course Nunavut. Nunavut is just a very cold place, and I want none of it. 7 degrees there in Vancouver right now, and of course out here on the rock we're about 7 or 8 for Bob. Bob, what's the temperature there? C&D boy, what's your temperature? And sliding over a little bit more, looking at Edmonton, we're showing a +3 right now. Calgary's about +5 Celsius, and swift current coming in according to this map at about 0. And sliding over a little bit more, looking at Winnipeg, they're only -1, so that's not so bad. That whole area about -1, -2, -3, so not that wintry. Northern Ontario, of course, some places are still very cold along the Hudson's Bay area, of course. Same thing with Manitoba. And getting over to Toronto, 0 degrees right now in Toronto, and we see a -1 in London. Detroit coming in at about 1 degree above Celsius. Tom Dice has got about a 3 or 4 there in Chicago, and not sure where that other guy is, but that Henry Nelson, he's probably got about 1 or 2 degrees Celsius right now, depending on where he is. So rough temperatures. And sliding up, looking at Montreal, -5, Quebec about a -10 or 11, and looks like the St. Lawrence Seaway area very cold. Looking over here, northern New Brunswick, and we see -15. South end looks like about a minus, anywhere from a -8 to -10. And Cole Harbour coming in at a -4. It looks like -5 in Halifax, -4 in Cole Harbour. That is not so bad. Sydney coming in at about -7. They got that colder air. And up in the northern portions of Newfoundland, -17, down to about -12 as we drop. 10 down on the bottom end here, and dropping further closer we get to the Avalon Peninsula, where St. John's is. We see a -4 there, and all the way down to a -1 here on the other tip of the Avalon Peninsula. I had to do that, Sue. Oh, it's so much fun. It's to make sure I remember. Anyway, that is all good. My +10 in Portland, that is not bad. I want to see what it is over here. Medford coming in at 13, and Reading about 15. Yep, that is nice. Anyway, San Jose made it to about 13 as well there. Los Angeles 13, 14. And let's see what Death Valley is today. Looks like about 22 there. Yeah, I see that. Death Valley, 22 degrees. Las Vegas is 17 right now. That is awesome. We see that cold still trying to get down into Mexico, but Mexicali is 24. And look at this, 22 in Phoenix right now. Tucson is at 18, 19. That's not bad. Flagstaff, on the other hand, only 4 degrees. Albuquerque coming in at about 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit. And sliding down, we don't see those warm temperatures down here yet. Still only about 16, 17 in the bottom end of Texas. San Antonio coming in at 15. Houston only 10. Austin 11. And Dallas coming in at about 10 or 15, 50 Fahrenheit. Oklahoma City about 9, so a little cooler. Little Rock, Arkansas, about 8. That is not so good. New Orleans, only about 8 as well. They're getting that cold air, and looks like there's a system twirling in here. Remember, yesterday we seen that storm stuff. So Tallahassee being on the warm side of it, and Mobile being on the cold side of it. So 7 there and 18 there. Big difference between the two. And Atlanta coming in at about 6 degrees. Down in Miami, a lot warmer at 25, so that's not bad. Jacksonville 20, going up a little bit more. Looking at Charlotte, North Carolina, 50 Fahrenheit or 10 Celsius. Grandma B's house on just about 51 or 52 degrees there Fahrenheit, and that is about 11 Celsius. Virginia Beach coming in at about 6, and that is awesome. A little cold yet though. They need warmer air. Philadelphia at 5, 3 in New York, and then we have 2 up in Boston. So that is not so bad. Let's go take a look at Mexico. Like I said, that cold trying to get in there, but the warm temperatures I think are battling it and keeping things warmer. Mazatlan coming in at about 22 degrees right now. Still not as hot as it could be. Let's see, Puerto Vallarta, right there, about 23. And of course, Mexico City, 18 degrees right now, 18, 19, depending on where you're standing. And we see about 27, 28 there in Acapulco. And what do we got? Cancun, only 23 right now. Looks like that cold is trying to push its way back down there, but it's not making it all the way. We do see a lot warmer temperatures there in San Salvador and those areas along the western side of Central America. And looking at Colombia, some 34 degree temperatures in places. And high, 31s there in Venezuela as well, and the interior of Colombia, not bad. Mind you, we're on Saturday, so we're 3 hours earlier than we normally check. So the temperatures will always show warmer, and we are seeing the definite difference. It is a big time warmer. Looks like about 24, 25 there in Rio de Janeiro, and about 20 in Sao Paulo. And then, of course, very nice temperatures in Bolivia as well as Paraguay, up in the mid to high 20 degree temperature marks. A little warmer there in the interior where we see that heat stuff come in. Up to about 37 degrees Celsius in those areas. Buenos Aires coming in at 31 today, and Paysandú about 32 degrees Celsius. So quite a hot day there for the Moncas. And we see the rest of the area here, even out on the coast, about 24, 25. That's not so bad. We see that all the way down, they've got some good temperatures, but you get over into the mountains, it's going to cool off a little bit. Sliding over to our wonderful New Zealand, and taking a look there, what we got for temperatures. Christchurch coming in at 19, and looks like some of the other places about 19, 20, 22, depending on where you go. Looking actually not bad for the most part. Fairly nice day there. Wellington coming in at about 20, and we see that circulation starting to really push that air around. Gabriel heading towards New Zealand. I don't know if it's going to skim along the top here or what it's going to do, but it is definitely making things a little cooler there for those people. 19 in Auckland right now. Taupo about 15, 16, so not the greatest. Hopefully that storm isn't going to do too much. Anyway, we do see Hobart coming in at about a 16 right now, in Tasmania. Some places as low as 8 degrees there. But they also have the highs up all the way to about 24 in some spots on the northeastern areas of Tasmania. And looking at Melbourne, Australia, about 18 degrees right now. They are getting, is it a low high sitting there? Yeah, that high is rotating in some cooler air, and that is probably welcome because of all that hot stuff that's been going on. So 18 in Adelaide right now. We got Melbourne at about 18 as well. Sydney a little bit warmer at 25, 26. Sliding up to home of Oz. Oz has got 30 degrees Celsius right now. We do see some of those hot spots in here as well, up to about 36 degrees Celsius. And looking at most of it, yeah, it's a pretty warm, 37 in some spots, but not as warm as those 40 plus degree temperatures. Perth about 21 degrees right now. Quick peek at Fiji. Yep, back to normal, 28, 29. Same thing goes for New Caledonia, and of course, yeah, Vanuatu at 28, 29 as well. We do see those higher temperatures in the main body here of Papua New Guinea at going up to about 32, but in general not that hot, not overly hot. Eastern Indonesia, same kind of temperatures. And looks like a little bit cooler on Java and Sumatra today, which is not bad. Looking pretty good in the rest of the Malaysian areas. Bangkok probably coming in at about 25, 26 degrees. 27. Yep, right in that ballpark. That's about right. And about 26 there in Manila, so that is not so bad. Sliding up a little bit more, we do see up here in Japan. We'll do this side. We'll leave the other stuff for after the break. We do see Kagoshima about 13 degrees right now, so roughly in that bottom end. That's about what they're seeing in Japan. And looks like single digits in most of the other places in Japan as far as the Celsius scale is concerned, and a 9 in Tokyo right now. And of course it's still fairly early in the morning or midday there, so it'll warm up a little bit in the afternoon. Some places still showing some very cold temps below zero. Sapporo coming in at a -4 right now. And looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, all the way down to a -27 in some places. We'll leave that be. I'm going to go take that break, and we'll continue on with India and then, of course, our African continent, as well as Europe and Iceland after the break. Let's get you back to some lava, and let's see if that is going to be live or not. Let's see if they refocused. If not, no, they have not refocused. I think what I'll do is I'll put you back on this. This, of course, is from Two Pineapples from his stream, and we'll put that on the bottom just so everybody knows what they're looking at. This is from yesterday. And yeah, don't go away, you guys. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like and give it a thumbs up, just like what that thing said on the screen. That's pretty cool. Good timing there, Two Pineapples. Anyway, this is from their stream from yesterday, so if you see anything popping up, that was from their subscribers, their donations, and things like this. So that is not affiliated with us. We're just allowed to use the stream. So we're having a look at it and seeing the lovely lava. Don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes after a break. Thanks, and don't go away. And there we go. Got that microphone back on. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Hermione and Fluffy. And of course, Sue. And first time for me, I get a lady co-driver. Was a bit weird going to bed the first night. Uh-oh. Thor, that's weird. And I hear you. Oh, I can hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Kananaska's Country and Grenzed and Thor. And yeah, that is some lovely stuff we're watching on the screen there. And you know, we were like during the break there, I was watching some of those bursts coming out of there were quite high. It was very cool to see. Anyway, we're going to pause that and we'll let that play some more after we get done with our weather. And that'll be cool and neat. And there it looked like it actually it looks like 3 different spots bubbling right now, or at that point in time. And we did notice those, the one over on the left-hand side was active earlier today when we could see the volcano, or see the venting, but definitely some lava flow coming out of there. So it's just because the other area wasn't working, this one is. And it still seems to have a pretty decent amount of lava coming out. Hope USGS gets the focus sorted out. Yeah, me too. I did try earlier, and I guess it went back out. The problem with some of these cameras, the software, is when you have it set to an autofocus, it will try to focus on the near things. And you know, I'm an older camera buff where if you set your focus on the distant shot in a manual mode, it'll stay there regardless of the weather, right? And that's kind of the way it works. Anyway, let's get back over and take a look at the weather stuff, whether we like it or not, and we'll continue on. And I'll pause that. And where is my weather? There we are. So we were looking at Delhi coming in at about 11 degrees right now. Sri Lanka a little bit cooler than it was yesterday. Don't know if they've got some cold air blowing in from somewhere. We do still see a Freddy and this what is it? Dingangi. I hope I got that right. Butcher some of those names. 18 in Cape Town. We see Madagascar still holding some pretty normal temperatures, anywhere from about 27 down to about 18 or 19 on the other side here. So pretty normal. Some colder spots there in the African continent, but for the most part, it's starting to warm up again in the northern and central areas there. So really nice to see that. We are seeing some colder temps still pushing down across the Mediterranean into Cairo. 7 degrees, not good for those guys. UAE definitely nowhere near where it should be. It is somewhere anywhere from 19 down to about 14 degrees Celsius. And then same thing goes for Oman, not doing so great. In the high teens is what we're seeing. Same thing for most of there in Yemen, but the coastal area slightly warmer. And of course, looking at Syria, and those areas are not that great right now. Syria looks like 3 or 4 in some places. Now, looking at Turkey a little bit more, we do want to do that. The eastern portions of Turkey are quite cold still. And then when we get looking at this upper area here, we do see those minus 20 degree temperatures. But looks like things are probably going to lighten up in the next couple of days and warm up just a little bit, we hope. but very, very cold there, minus 14, 15 in some of those places. Not so good for some of those areas that had the earthquakes, and that is right in this region. So it's kind of a mixed bag depending on where you are, but definitely some colder temps, -1 down here in Gaziantep. So they are still in the cold, and that's what we're seeing. And this Malatya is coming in at about a -7. Adana, on the other hand, they're back up to a +4. So the central regions here are still showing those temperatures anywhere from about -10 to -15. That's not that great. And then we see here in Ankara -5. Istanbul coming in at +2, and that gives you a pretty good idea of what we're looking at. Looking at Piggy's temperature, Piggy has probably got about 9 or 10. She said it was a cold. Ooh, it's a 6. This map might not be so up to date, and the guys need to get their temperatures fixed. We do see even Crete is down into single digits for the most part, and up on the higher elevations, cold. -2, -3, not good. Athens coming in about 2 Celsius right now. Looking at the other areas up further north here, so for people traveling, this might not be so good. We got -1, -2, -5, depending on what routes you're taking. Belgrade coming in at about 1 degree there. Budapest coming in at about 4. So those places are fairly cold, not so good for traveling right now. Looking at Sicily, looking at here at Randanzo coming in about -1 according to this. And we'll see if that is what Sue can bring up there as well. If the bot ever brings it up. What's wrong with the bot? Somebody kick that bot. Bot? Oh, invalid location. Try that again. That is a valid location. Very much so. I got my hamster on it. There it is. Kick a bot. Yeah. There you go. -1. Yep, so it is working. We do see the coastal areas are a little bit warmer, but the interiors are freezing cold. Naples coming in at about 8. Rome only 1 degree. Going up here to Milano, they're actually warmer than Rome at 2. And looking at Sardinia, they've got some mix of cold temperatures as well. Boy, they're actually this year they're getting a very cold temps in those places. Same thing goes for here in still looking at those -5, -6 temps up in our wonderful Morocco, and that is crazy cold for them. So looking here though, looks like a little bit warmer in Portugal right now. Madrid though still only at 2, and what is it? Yeah, about 1 or 2 there. At least it's not below freezing for Aurelio, our good friend there. And Nantes coming in at about 4. Paris 6 degrees right now. Munich is about 2 degrees. That's better. That's better than the -5 they had yesterday. Frankfurt +5, and Cologne coming in at a +6, and about a 5 at Yvonne Kunkel's house. And then we see about a 6 there in Brussels. Oh, a few lux coming in at about 2 or 3 degrees there in Luxembourg, and looks like Netherlands, Amsterdam is about 5 degrees. Sliding over, looking at Berlin is a 6. And there are 7 degrees in Hamburg. A little colder, only a 3 in Copenhagen. and our Hearst is coming in at about 7 degrees right now. Sliding up to Oslo is -3, Stockholm -4. Pardon me. St. Petersburg -7, and looks like Moscow about a 1 degree Celsius right now. That looks like they've got kind of a warm trend pulling in there. So hopefully that warm trend will continue on and push down and get rid of all this cold air here. They really need it to warm up in these regions, especially in Turkey. That looks like an ice box. It really is very, very cold. Let's take a look at England real quick. London, 7 right now. Looks a little colder over here in our wonderful Wales. And then as we go up, we see Leeds coming in at 5, Glasgow at 7, and Aberdeen up at 8 degrees. But the interiors are slightly colder, so that's what we've got there. Dublin coming in at about a 6 or 5, and then of course on the other side, the coastal stuff, a little bit warmer, probably coming in at about a 6 or 7. Ooh, 8 degrees in Doolin. Mr. Irish Monk, you are in the basking in the warmth of the wonderful stuff. Now, what I was thinking was this Gulf Stream stuff was going to push up a little bit more, but it looks like this low was being nasty and eating it all, and not giving those warmer temperatures. But they are still within reason there in Iceland. So looks like about 1 or 2 degrees in Reykjavik, and that's what we've got happening there. Let's take a look at the precipitation around the world. And we'll start out in North America. Of course, we see up here in Alaska, they've got some snow and rain mix all the way down to about central Vancouver Island. So from there on up, it's not so good. Looking at the interior of British Columbia, some snow in some places, depending on where you are, a little bit in the Rockies there. Looks like Yukon's got some snow, and of course, Northwest Territories coming down into northern Saskatchewan and Alberta as well, and some of it up in Nunavut, which I want absolutely none of it. Sliding over into the Ontario region and Quebec, we see most of that snow northern Quebec, and sliding out to the east coast of Canada. Looks like possibly a little bit of snow and stuff there for Halifax, and maybe even a little bit for Cole Harbour there for Sioux, but we see Newfoundland is getting nailed with snow all over the place, and that is that nasty weather. And looking at the western side of the United States, a couple spots have some freezing rain in California, and rain along the coast, which is really good. They need to keep that wood wet and keep things wet. We see a few clouds here in Arizona, but nothing too major. And Texas looks dry. Midwest looks pretty much dry. Nothing around the Great Lakes, but we do see this storm here. The low is just north of Tallahassee, basically, and it looks like this is encompassing everywhere from from Louisiana all the way over to getting into South Carolina and just touching into North Carolina. I'm sure that's going to move upward, but it's nailing Florida, the northern portions of Florida as well, and pretty nasty. So places like Atlanta are getting rain. Looks like heavy stuff here at Jackson in Mississippi or Louisiana or something there, and a little bit here going up into Tennessee as well, but lots of rain. So that's what we've got there, and that of course is also down into the Yucatan Peninsula and Belize and portions of Guatemala and the Honduras, going all the way down though into are wonderful rainforest areas. We see Peru, Ecuador, and of course Colombia, and a good portion of Brazil, and even Bolivia is getting rained on. We do see some rain in the western portions of Argentina, and then doesn't look like there's any rain there in Paysandú. So the Moncas just got warm temperatures and dry. Looks like here in Rio de Janeiro, though, they're getting some storms. And down in the Chilean coastline, of course, they are getting more rain. 'Tis the season. And looking at New Zealand, South Island looks pretty good. North Island, though, and not so good. Gabriel is moving in, and we see the from about Taupo up to upward from there is rain, rain, rain. Everybody's getting rain. That storm is really making a mess there, and that is affecting the Kermadec Islands and those regions fairly badly as well. Looks like Tonga would be just outside the region, but getting some rain. Same thing with over here in Fiji and Vanuatu. We can see that whole stream coming from this other nasty guy here. But let's take a look down in Tasmania. Looks like they've got some rain happening, but nothing too serious. And maybe even a little bit of rain there in Melbourne for Leo. And that, of course, is helping keeping the air clean. A couple little spots there in a central area of Australia, but nothing major. And then the northern portions getting nailed with more of that wet stuff. Looks like actually eastern Indonesia and western side of Papua New Guinea fairly dry right now. They're lucky in between those storms. And getting into the places like Java, storm. Freddy is raising a ruckus out down here. And we do see more stuff here in the Malaysian areas as well. So definitely a bunch of stuff. Sumatra's got some rain on it as well. And not so bad in the Philippines today, rain-wise, but we do see they've got some. China, Shanghai, getting nailed under that storm. Not so bad for Japan. I'm sure they're going to have a few places that are getting some rain. And Tokyo looks dry down here, though a little bit of rain. Not that bad. And then up in the northern portions, continued cold stuff. And that's what we see there. And yep, I see that it is a break time, so I'm going to take that break right away, you guys. We do see here Kamchatka Peninsula not so bad, and then of course the Indian Ocean not that great. And then of course we'll finish Africa here, and then we'll do another report on the European area. But Africa, southern portions, still on that east side of Africa, they've got a fairly decent rain storms happening, and that includes Madagascar's area, and of course that is the rainforesty stuff. Northern Africa, a little bit of rain there, not so bad, and of course just touching on, looks like possibly here in Casablanca they're getting some rain. I'm going to take a break. When we get back, I want to go cover this area and up through some of these countries here from Turkey on up. And not sure exactly where things are, but we'll do that. And we'll go from there. So don't go away, you guys, and we'll cover the rest of this. And then after the break, we will do our thing. Doc, just to point out lava pumping deliberation renders CCTV camera at have focus issues. Please keep this quiet. and don't tell anyone. Oh, you're the one who's messing with their camera. Is that what it is? A wonky donkey. All right, we got it. We got it. All right, we'll be back there. Let's see. Yes, it is. I would like to have tried a Kenworth 900 W on the highways of the USA. Yeah, sure. Kenworth 900. Yeah. It's only got, I don't know how many gears you got in yours there, Thor, but what do we got in Kenworth? 16. Anyway, there's one bunny eating for those who need to know. And I'm going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Oh, you only got 12 gears? Oh, okay. Because most of the KWs have, they've got, we got usually 3 ranges and 6 per range, so 18 gears. Technically, but that's okay. Anyway, plus some reverses. I'll be back after the break. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. We'll get you over there and restart that. And of course, that is a courtesy of 2 pineapples. And anything you see pop up on the screen there, that is from 2 pineapples stream. So if you see like people subscribing and things like that, or super chats, that's all from their stream, not from ours, and just so you're aware of that. All right, I'm going to be back. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Of course, what you see on the screen is from yesterday, and that was courtesy of Two Pineapples. That was his stream out there. Good night, Thor, if you're still watching, and get some sleep. Thank you for the welcome backs, Sue, and Billy Bob, Joe, and Hermione, and Fluffy. Appreciate that, and we will pause this lovely stuff here, and right there. I love being able to do that. Billy Bob, Joe, thank you, and that's awesome. And saying yo, Billy Bob, Joe. Let's get back over to our weather stuff, whether we like it or not. And that was somewhere here, and I actually was hoping to see what we've got for snowish stuff here happening. And it looks like Turkey is a lot clearer today. They've got a lot less precipitation happening. So if that stays there, that's probably good for them. I do see some fog in some areas. Not that bad, but as we move up to from Istanbul north west from there, looks like not pardon me, not too bad. Don't know what kind of routes they're taking, but once you get past the stuff there in Hungary, there's some rain and snow, and that is west of Budapest, of course, so from there on it should be pretty dry driving, and that is pretty good, so that's not so bad. Looking at the rain for, let's go back to South America for a second. We do see, or South Africa I should say, we do see that storm there, and the stuff up on the coast here along the northern coast of Africa. Looks like no rain for Piggy right now, which is probably good. She had some big thunderstorms here just recently, so drying out from that is still happening. A little bit of spots in Spain, maybe some rain in the Canaries, and not much though. It looks like France is good. We do see some here in Austria. Is a little bit of snow, and then Chechnya is got some snow. Poland, a little bit of stuff on the southern end. Germany looks pretty dry, but some fog patches. Same thing with Luxembourg and northern France, and Belgium has got some fog. And back weekend distractions. Sorry, Sharon Stewart, welcome, and thanks, Sue. And who else is back? Welcome back, Sharon. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, looking at most of Germany, not bad. Most of Denmark, not bad up there. We see bottom end of Sweden is pretty good, with the exception of some fog in the southwest coastline, and some fog there in the Oslo and south area. But looking at the northern portions along Norway, of course, snow, and a little bit up in northern Sweden as well. And looking at Iceland, boy, they are not winning right now. At least the air is moving from the south to the north, which is probably better than still having the cold Arctic blast come in from the north here. So this low, once this moves up and over a little bit, things will get better for them there. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Anyway, let's see what we can find for our cold temperatures on the planet, and we'll see. Wonky Donkey going to bed. Good night, Wonky Donkey, if you're gone, and rest well, and make sure you've got a clean straw in your stable there. And let's see, it looks like 49 already, for minus 49 for the low temp down there. Let's see if we can find a minus 50 in Antarctica. I see it. There it is, a minus 50 in Antarctica. And do we have anything colder? Maybe a minus 51. And we'll see in a second if we have those temps. A lot of minus 47, 48, so that is not so good. But yeah, looks like I think a minus 50 is going to be about the best I can do. Looking over here, I don't see anything colder. That's getting warmer again. That low, of course, it's south of the low here where it is that a minus 50 degree temp that I found. So 49 there. Let's see. I don't think there's anything too much colder. So let's just go with that minus 50 that I found there in Antarctica. Let's get up to Greenland and see what we can find. A minus 55 there or something. Greenland, what do we got? Greenland looks messed up today as far as temperatures. I'm gonna really have to hunt for it, I think. Minus 38. Oh, there's a minus 46. And what do we got? A minus 46 so far. Looking in that area, do we see anything colder? Minus 46, no, 44 over there. 46 continues up this way. 45, 46, 44, no, getting warmer there. Minus 46 so far for Greenland. Let's see if we can find something a little bit colder. Minus 42, no, that ain't gonna work. Minus 44, 46 there again. And scanning across here slowly. Yeah, it looks like a minus 46 is, oh, and there's a 45, 44, 46. I wonder if I zoom in a little bit in that area, take a look around. And I'm not seeing the colder temperatures. So minus 46 is about what we got there. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to find anything worse off than that. Minus 45, 46. Oh, I see a 47. Minus 47 right there. And do we have anything colder than a minus 47? If we zoom in and take a look, minus, oh, did I see a 48 in there? Minus 40, oh, there it is. I seen it again. It's right in here somewhere. And a minus 47. Just for a split second it popped up. It's a minus 48, but not very long. 47. Oh, it's got to be right in here somewhere. 47, 46. Yeah, it's got to be in there somewhere. Minus 47. Yeah, that's, I thought I seen the minus 48 there for a second, but I'm not going to go for it unless I can say that it was actually that. I've just seen a flicker, and it could be it just switching between two temperatures. But it looked like a minus 48. I'm going to have to go with a minus 47. That is all I can see in there. And, yeah, unless there's something in there that's a special little spot that I can't find. But, yep, a minus 47 is about the coldest I can see on this map. So, yeah, I'll go with a minus a 47, unless there's another spot in here somewhere that is just as cold. And we are okay with that. Let's leave it as a minus a 47 for right now. And what DPF and Deluxe saying, hold my frosted beer. Frosted. Oh, you got a frosted beer? You can find that cold temperature. Let's just peek up in here. What about these areas? Yep, that is going to be an awful cold beer at a minus 47 degrees Celsius. That'll turn your beer into icicles. What about down here? Nope, tropical. Okay, so minus 47 down on the for those guys, and let's see what our Arctic temperatures are. We are starting out with minus 50. I see already there. This should be easy. And let's see, minus 50. Zoom in a little bit and see if we can find some colder stuff. Minus 51 right there. And let's see if we have anything colder than a minus 51. And that is about what we're seeing there. So we got a minus 51. What about across here? 48, 47. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Minus 48. What about here? 43, 48, 49. Let's zoom in on that area a little bit. Minus 49. No, I'm not seeing anything colder. 47, 46. That's getting into the 30s. No, 40s. 48. So far, only a minus 51 for the cold. What about around these lakes here? Sometimes we get, there's another a minus 51. And let's see what we can find in there. Maybe we have a 52 in here. Minus a 51. Yeah, and that's a big spot of cold. Minus 51 degrees Celsius so far is the cold. Colder temperatures, and minus 50. That is bitterly cold. I don't know how anything can survive in that kind of temperature. You fall apart. You know, the human bones are just not designed for that. A minus 48. No, not good. Minus 40, 47, there again. So we've got minus 51. Let's see what else we can find. A minus 47, 48. Right in here, 49. Minus 50. I think that's where my minus 51 was. Going over there, we don't see anything colder. And over here, we got another 48, 49, 50. It's got to be in here somewhere. Minus 50. No, I don't see anything colder. Minus 51. Still don't see that. Minus 52. All right. Let's check. We've got other places to look, which is always nice with Canada. Minus 51 is what we've got. We are looking for colder, and then a minus 51. 40s, 30s. Nope, that looks tropical. Minus 40 something there. Oh, 45. Maybe hiding. No. Minus 45 is about the coldest that we're seeing right there. What about up a little further? Nope, we're not seeing it over there. Let's check on the mainland. and see if we have anything colder there. There's a 47 I crossed, a 49, 48, 49. Yeah, minus a 49 over there. Minus a 40. No, that ain't gonna work. What about up here? Minus a 42, 45. Yeah, very cold. But not cold enough to get a trophy, I don't think. So a minus a 49. What about? Well, we got minus a 51 in that other spot, and that was over here. Minus a 42. Always a cold in some places. There's a minus a 48. Let's maybe check along here. 46 and 48 back to that area. And 49. What about right in here? Yeah, I think we're gonna just get back to a minus a 51 in that area. $47, $48, $49. There's that minus a 50. Yeah, I think I'm going to be stuck with that minus a 51 that I found. I don't see anything colder. Nothing colder. Boy, oh boy. Mind you, a minus a 51 is plenty of cold as far as I'm concerned. For that up in here, let's see, a minus a 48, 47. Yeah. I think minus a 51 is all I've got right now. Yeah, it makes it hard to breathe. You bet. You got to cover your mouth up with something and filter that air, let it warm up a little bit. So yeah, minus a 51 wherever it went in here, but we did find it. So that's somewhere in this area. And that is all I can find. So let's leave a minus a 51 for there right now. And we'll go over to Siberia. And now we're really going to find the cold stuff. There we're already at a minus a 49 underneath that high. Minus there we got a minus a 53 already I seen. And that is a pretty darn cold. Let's see if we're going to find something a little bit colder. And what have we got? There's a low sitting there, another high here. Oh, minus a 57. Right in there, minus a 58. Wow, minus a 58 so far there in the cold place. And that is horrible. There it is. I see minus 58, minus a 59. Minus a 59 Celsius. And let's see, do we have a minus a 60? Minus a 59 right there. So minus a 60. Where are you? That's getting warmer. That is almost there. Minus a 55, 59 there. I'm looking for that minus 60. 57, nope, it's a balmy. Minus a 59 for there. And we go up that river, a minus a 55, 56. So a minus a 59 is what we need to beat. So we're looking for minus a 60. And that is horribly cold, but we'll look for it. Minus a 52, 54, 55, 57, 58. And let's see, do we have anything colder than minus 59? And sometimes right on here, no, minus 56. And I don't see anything over there colder than a minus 59. This is a lot warmer over here. There's a low there, not so good. Let's see, where are the highs hiding? There's a high up here, minus 53, 54. It's too close to the coast though. It's got to be around here somewhere. There should be some colder stuff. I'm looking for minus 60 degrees. I got a minus 59. We need minus 60. And let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to find it. But just imagine minus 59 degrees Celsius. That is just crazy cold. Yeah, looks like that's all chopped up into warmer spots. Minus 52. No, not gonna work. Minus 50, 52, 51, 54, right there. Let's see, is there any magic cold spots in between here? 53, 54. We're not seeing any minus 50, 60s. 56, 57, 59, and that's where I found my minus 59 right there. And then let's see if we have a minus 60. Gotta find that minus 60 here somewhere. But that's okay. Minus 57. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to live with a minus 59 degrees Celsius for there. And all right, let's leave it as that. A minus 59 degrees Celsius is what we have for Siberia. And let's see what our weather people say. Sue for the win. Dr. Fox gets second place. Doc finds a minus 50, yep, a minus 47 and minus 51. And what did Sue find? I don't know. I think, did Sue find a minus 60 there? Yeah, minus 59 Celsius. That is horribly cold. Oh, I beat Sue in Siberia, but she beat me in the Arctic by 1 degree, in Greenland by 1 degree, and we tied. Oh, okay. She is up. She's up one, or well, down. Is it up or down 1 degree in this case? She's got 1 degree colder than me. Anyway, yep, Sue wins. Congratulations, Sue, and thank you for playing that game. I love finding those cold temps. And that is what you got on this planet right now. So minus 59 degrees Celsius for low temperature. That is just incredible for, you know, and that's the northern continent, or northern hemisphere. That's not the cold where you expect it down in Antarctica. So congratulations to Sue. And let's put us back onto some warm, lovely lava. Before we go to that one, I just want to check and see if we do have something on the other guys here. And no, we're still fuzzy. So definitely not in tune. We'll leave this on here, put this back on. So for all those good people who are here, oh, Sue Hayes says, I'll go, and she's going to do the airdrops to the wonderful animals. That is excellent, and thanks, Doc, and everyone. Thank you, Sue, for doing the cold weather hunt. Really, I do appreciate it. And also, thank you everyone for being here today. You guys have been an awesome bunch. And I really do want to say a big thank you to our super chatters. Of course, Piggy started it out, and we had a super chat from Linda Schoof, a very nice one, as well as Colin and also Sharon Stewart. Thank you guys, and appreciate that because we hadn't had any super chats in the last 3 days. So. Also, Kevin Haynes gifted a 5-pack of memberships there, so that got our members going again, and that is all great. And I want to say a big thank you to you guys for your wonderful support for the channel, and thank you everyone in here. Thank you to all of the lavaliers, to all of the lava family, really, and really I do appreciate each and every one of you. So that is what we've got. Never promised. We're getting to that APF Deluxe. What a Piggy? Yeah, I got Piggy's super chat. The 2-pounder. I did mention that. Piggy. I did say that one first. Maybe you missed it there, Sue. Yeah, it was Piggy, Linda, Colin, and Sharon Stewart. So thank you guys for that. That is always wonderful and awesome. So big thank you to all of you. Also, big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Texas, Joseph Fields, Texas, Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow. Thank you guys for the moderators. I appreciate everything you guys do. You're awesome, and thank you very, very kindly. Going deaf, I'm going deaf too. Grandma B throws in a super chat as well. Thank you very kindly, Grandma B. And just writing that down, Grandma B throws in a $5 super chat. Thank you, Grandma B. Appreciate that. That's very kind of you. And awesome. So let me wrap it up. And thank you, everyone, for being here. And be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. Stay safe, most of all. And of course, please, please. Tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. We'll see everyone tomorrow, and remember, it's an early start because it's the weekend stream. So I will see you all then. Good night, or good day, or good morning, or good afternoon, and oink oink.